All right, y'all ready? I believe we've been 5 minutes. You're welcome. I think everybody needed that already, right? Okay, I would like to call this June 20th meeting of the City Council of Charleston to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Here. 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 Here.
Councilmember Shade. Councilmember Bowden. Councilmember Appel. Councilmember Parker. And Mayor Zuckerberg.
Here. And if y'all would like to join us, Councilmember Parker.
Lord, we bow our heads before you this evening and ask for your love and guidance. We thank you for another beautiful day and are reminded by the beauty that we see every day in Charleston to cherish our loved ones daily. We also ask that you please continue to watch over Chief Reynolds' family and our police team during this difficult time. In your name, we pray. Amen.
I would ask our Sergeant of Arms to please repost the flag on the other side of the podium. First up, we have a proclamation. We're recognizing Pride Month in the city of Charleston. I'd like to ask the following, please join me up here. Chase Glenn, who's the Executive Director of the Alliance for Full Acceptance, Charmonique Bailey Manigo, Alliance for Full Acceptance, Domenico Ruggiero, who's the Executive Director of We Are Family, Regina Duggins, President of Charleston Black Pride, Lorraine Cook Holcomb, Chair of Charleston Pride Festival, Naomi Simmons with the College of Charleston Gender and Sexuality Equity Center, and Ronrico Judon with the Royal Pride of Nations, South Carolina, and any others who are representing y'all who would like to join you, please come forward. I'm going to read a proclamation and then ask Mr. Glenn, kind of representing all the groups, to make remarks. So whereas the city of Charleston embraces and celebrates diversity and inclusivity and the fundamental rights and dignity of all our residents, and whereas the month of June has been widely recognized as Pride Month, honoring the LGBTQ plus community and commemorating the historic Stonewall riots of June 1969, which marked a turning point in the fight for equality and justice for all. Whereas Pride Month serves as an opportunity to promote awareness, education, and acceptance of LGBTQ plus rights, individuals, and their contributions to our society, as well as to address the challenges they still face in achieving full equality. And whereas the city of Charleston acknowledges the vital role played by LGBTQ plus individuals in shaping our vibrant community, fostering creativity, innovation, and cultural diversity. Whereas we recognize the important work of local LGBTQ plus organizations, advocates, and allies who tirelessly strive to create a more inclusive and equitable society, fostering understanding, support, and respect for all residents of Charleston. And whereas it's the city's responsibility to promote an environment of respect, dignity, and equality for all individuals, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. And whereas they put on a remarkable pride parade earlier this month in the city of Charleston. Now, therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the city of Charleston, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as Pride Month in the city of Charleston, everyone. Here.
Well, just briefly, thank you so much for your support, Mr. Mayor, Council, and for the citizens, for supporting the LGBTQ community in such a real way. Earlier this month with our Pride Festival, going down, King Street every year. It's such a powerful experience for so many folks to be able to see not only representation of the community, but to see the support of those who come out and to celebrate with us. This community is vibrant, and as it was said in the proclamation, and these are just a few of the organizations that are working with LGBTQ folks here in Charleston, the city of Charleston, in Charleston County. And we look forward to continuing our partnership and our collaboration with the city, with the mayor, to continue to strengthen our community and support LGBTQ folks to have equal opportunities for access to care, to services, and to success, and to live lives that are just as open and free as everyone else in our community. We thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. So next, I think we're going to get a signal to call some athletes and young folks who are waiting downstairs. Why don't y'all come right on up to the podium with the mayor up here? Come right on up. If you're with the gymnastics team, just gymnastics team and members, y'all please come forward. It's okay to come on up. Athletes and coaches, come right on up. There they are. All right. Now I can tell athletes when I see them. Give me 5 coming by. There we go. Thank y'all for being with us. All right. So y'all, I'd like to invite all the city of Charleston's gymnastic team members and coaches. They're right up here for a special recognition. These remarkable young gymnasts dedicate 3 to 4 nights a week to strengthen and condition their gymnastic skills, all while maintaining excellent academic performances. Smart, determined, driven, and today we're pleased to recognize their efforts as each of these athletes has achieved a great honor of either becoming a state champion or achieving a placement high enough within the state to qualify for an exclusive regional competition where they not only represent our city of Charleston, but the entire state of South Carolina. Wow, congratulations. The 2022-23 South Carolina USA Gymnastics State Champion gymnasts are, and please maybe raise your hand as I call your name, Natalia Schaff, if she's with us, Lily Shomo, there she is, raise it high so we can see it, Lucy Krasny, and Jade Grooms. Maybe everybody didn't make it. The gymnasts that qualified to represent us in regional competition against gymnasts from Florida, Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi are Emory Davis, Legree McKeachin, Baylor Hamby. Are you Legree? Oh, you're Baylor Hamby. Thank you. Jala Brown. Jala's here. Logan Anderson. Natalie Butler. There she is, Natalie. Buckley Milner. There she is. Thank you. Annie Bobbitt and Delaney Cunningham. All right. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the outstanding coaches, the coaches who make it all possible. They're not all here, but I'm going to call their names. Chelsea Fakiti, Shannon Tustin, Emily O'Toole, Alexi LaCroix, and Abby Shipman. So congratulations again on this remarkable achievement. We are proud to have you representing the city of Charleston. I think they train over on James Island, right? That's right. Councilmember Parker.
I was just going to say, first ladies, thank you for being here. If you can't tell, I'm so happy to see all your young, beautiful, wonderful faces here because we need more ladies in here. But congratulations. And yes, our gymnastics center is on James Island. And it could always use extra love, gentlemen. It's our only gymnastics location in the city of Charleston. It's phenomenal. Coach Chelsea, we need a lot of love. So just remember these beautiful young women. Thank you.
Here. So, I don't know, did y'all designate someone who would like to, make a brief remarks or coach? Okay. Any volunteers? Well, we so appreciate your being here. And again, we're so proud of y'all. Keep up the good work. Thank you again. Yeah. So, lastly, in terms of our recognitions, we have a presentation recognizing Home Ownership Month. And I'd like to ask Caroline Lassane and Deborah DeAnglis, our partners with Fine Mark, to join me for our annual proclamation recognizing Home Ownership Month. If y'all would please come forward, and maybe Ms. Gianna Shaw Johnson, you want to join us up here as well. So we have a proclamation which reads, whereas National Home Ownership Month is a time to recognize the many benefits of home ownership to our families, our communities, and our nation. For generations of Americans, owning a home has been an essential element in achieving the American dream. Home ownership is often the foundation of security and prosperity for families and communities, and an enduring symbol of American freedom. And Mr. Bynes is going to join us as well. And whereas today we recognize the abiding value of owning a home and rededicate ourselves towards ensuring that everyone has a fair opportunity at becoming a homeowner in a community of their choice. And whereas the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, in partnership with the city of Charleston, have made great strides through our ongoing commitment to the mission to create strong, sustainable, inclusive communities and quality, affordable homes for all. And whereas the city of Charleston's mayor and city council have dedicated themselves to the provision of creating and preserving affordable housing through the expansion of home ownership opportunities to first-time home buyers, particularly low and moderate income households and communities of color. And whereas each year National Home Ownership Month is celebrated in the United States to encourage the benefits of owning and maintaining a home. And whereas this year's theme is Let's Make Home the Goal. Let's make home the goal, a time to reflect upon the impact that owning a home has on household wealth, neighborhood stability, and the nation's broader economic health. I often relay that the two ways in this country to build wealth, particularly amongst those who have never enjoyed holding much wealth, is by owning a home or by having a business. But we try to promote those two things as best we can in the city of Charleston, owning a home and helping people when they want to start a business. So now, therefore, I, John J. Tecklenburg, Mayor of the city of Charleston, along with City Council, do hereby proclaim June 2023 is National Home Ownership Month in the city of Charleston. Hear, hear. So, Ms. Caroline or Deborah, would y'all like to make some remarks?
I just want to say thank you to the city of Charleston for the partnership. I mean, one of the Fine Mark's missions is to strive to be good stewards of the resources in our communities that we serve. So we're so thankful to be here and to be a part of this community. So thank you for this honor.
Thank you.
So many thanks to Mayor and Council for your ongoing support. We're not done yet, so just know that I'll be continuing to ask. But I want to thank Fine Mark in particular. This is their first year, And not only do they work towards preservation of housing, but they also work towards creation. They provided loans for homeowners who are what we call legacy homeowners in the city of Charleston to improve their homes, as well as provided funding for the creation of new opportunities. So we thank you all. And in the absence of Brantley Moody, who also serves on county council, who works with Fine Mark, he's usually the person on the front line. We're really thankful for their dedication and efforts and desires to make a difference. Thank you all.
All right, so up next, we have our public hearings. And I'm going to ask Mr. Morgan to come forward. We have 13 of those this evening. We may be able to take a few of them together. I would respectfully ask that we take 1, 2, and 3, I believe are related. If we could take those separately, and then I would entertain a motion to take 4 through 13 together, because those are all kind of related, just single properties coming into the city. So we will have a presentation on number 1, then we'll allow the public to address that topic, just that topic alone for this public hearing respectfully, and then we'll move on to action of council and then to the next item. Mr. Morgan. Take 13 together. Yeah, sure. We can make it official. We're going to take item number 1, then item number 2 and 3 together, because they're related, aren't they? They're on Magazine Street.
They are related, but they're slightly different
Okay.
types of actions.
So let's take 1, 2, 3 separately, and then we'll take 4 through 13 together. Is that, we have a motion to take that and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Point of order,
Yeah.
there was a motion on the floor. Do we need to? Okay, all right.
I think it was an amended motion. Yeah, there we go. Mr. Morgan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Okay, here we go. Number 1 is 813 DuPont Road and 804 Orleans Road. It's about 3 acres. It's a request to be rezoned from diverse residential DR2 to general business, and to also include the entire property in the accommodations overlay classification. And here you see it in front of you. The property that is already GB is on the left and the DR2 is on the right. It's very DuPont and Tulsi. And the request is to also make the entire parcel accommodations overlay. We'll go through our slides. In our comprehensive plan, it is in the job center area, as a lot of the DuPont overlay is. And this just describes the job center. And then here we have some aerial photos. It's a mostly undeveloped property. There are a couple of older structures on it. And here's a closer view. There's a new hotel across the street, another hotel coming in to the left of that hotel that's across the street. And you see a street view, pretty with some trees on it, and some housing across the street, and the bank, the back of the Wachovia branch at the rear, and more housing across the street, and other housing that is being moved out, and vacant areas. And that's the hotel that's across the street, and other commercial areas around there. So it's a very diverse area. Planning Commission recommended approval of these requests 7-0.
All right. So would anybody of the public like to comment on 813 DuPont Road? That's before us right now. Anyone like to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, it comes to council. We have a motion to approve. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. I would like to inform council and the public that I will recuse myself from items number 2 and 3. My son, a realtor, is involved in one side of the transaction. Thank you. Yes, sir. I'd be happy for have our Mayor Pro Tem preside over these 2 items. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, So number 2 is 7 Magazine Street. This is existing single-family house that would go to our school overlay designation. And this is also part of a larger request that relates to across the street, where on number 3, you will be looking at changing the restrictive covenants for that property. But this one is a separate action by virtue of its just an addition to the school overlay zone. Here you see where the property is on Magazine Street. It's adjacent to the school that it would become a part of. The applicants will be able to explain a little bit more about how the property will be utilized. Here it is in our comprehensive plan. It's in our neighborhood designation, which does allow for school uses and recommends for those types of uses. Just a description of that. Here you see an aerial image of the property. And here you see it again with an arrow next to it. And there it is from the street view, typical Charleston single house. And this is across the street, some nearby parking and other houses that are nearby. And Planning Commission did recommend approval of this change to add school overlay on this property 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Is there anyone here to speak on this issue? All right, you have 90 seconds.
Anthony G. Bryant, President, Bryant Group, Inc., Public Policy and Land Use Consultants. You got to get a card. You got one already? Good. The issue I came for because I heard about the notice in terms of the conflict of interest. And whether that notice should have been given to council a little earlier, if you're aware of it as an administrator, because again, the administrator of the city is the chairman of the council. So I'm deeply concerned in terms of the notice. I'm not talking about the procedure, but if you're aware of something at this level, coupled with union peer, I'm deeply concerned about that with this type of conflict. It's small, but for someone outside in business, a minority-owned business owner, a small business owner, doesn't have this level of access to the system, then it could be problematic to those from the outside looking in. So you have an obligation to put an ordinance together for a more advanced notice in writing and specific in detail regarding this matter. Now, I want my public comment to be on record in terms of my public comment participation to be added to this comment. I have to go to county council for budget public hearing. Thank you.
Next up. If you could just state your name and where you live.
My name is Jason Pay. I own a real estate company here. I've been doing development and historic preservation here in the city for quite some time. I actually have more to say about the next item agenda, but I am going to put this one in. There is no hardship for this property owner, and this would be taking housing, which we are in dire need, and we just discussed and went over. We'll be removing housing from our stock for a private school that, and I'll give a lot more statistics and details in the next item agenda, but there are very few students that actually live on the peninsula. So this will be also taken off tax dollars off of our tax roll because they're a nonprofit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else speaking on this item?
Thank you. My name is James Wilson with Wobble Bond Dickinson Law Firm here on behalf of Charleston Day School. I'm with Chairman of the Board, Mr. Ross Hostetter right here, and with the head of school, Judith Arnstein. This is first of two items. This property, 7 Magazine Street, is already owned by the day school, and it's adjacent to the existing school campus. The intent on this is basically to use this as part of the school campus and as a connection to what the school hopes to do with the Fielding property, which will be number 3 on the agenda. I want to generally just speak about both of them for a moment. Many of you are familiar with the day school. It's been on the peninsula since its inception, and it's been an important part of the mix of the neighborhood here in downtown Charleston. The Fielding property, which will be number 3, that's also a Charleston institution. It's been around for, I think, more than a century. And the school is very appreciative of the opportunity to become the next stewards of that site and to continue on that legacy and actually working on a way to honor the Fielding family on the expanded campus, hopefully if all proceeds as planned. This school this neighborhood is used to schools. This one's been around. College Prep before it, now Charleston Day School. The American College of Building Arts, as you all know, occupied the Old City Jail. We have been in touch with the neighbors. Most importantly, the neighborhood association has expressed their support, written a letter of support, and the city housing authority, which is the most important neighbor directly across the street, entire block there. They have written in support of this as well. In terms of the comprehensive plan,
You can wrap it up,
I'll
sir.
wrap up very quickly. This is designated neighborhood, which is supposed to have a mix of uses and variety of neighborhood compatible services. This is consistent with the city plan, and Planning Commission approved it unanimously. And I'll let Mr. Hostetter speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ross Hostetter, Board Chair, Charleston Day School. We are a K-8 school. We've been on the peninsula now for 85 years, celebrated our anniversary this year. We were founded on South Battery by Miss Tenney and Miss Stewart in 1937. We moved in 1949 to Elliott Street, moved to State Street in 81 and to Archdale, where we are today, which is about 3 blocks more or less in this direction. I'm starting, I think, my 7th year on the board. Every year in our strategic planning committee meetings, we talked about location facilities for the school. And every year we go through this debate about, do we stay, do we go? And the one thing that kept us here as a sort of a dream opportunity for us was the Fielding property to the north of our campus. And we hoped all along that at one point we'd be able to acquire their property, and that opportunity has presented itself now. The Magazine Street property is a critical link between the Archdale campus and the Fielding property to the north. And it solves a problem for us as a school forever. We're fundamentally a K-8 school. We're part of the downtown fabric of our community. We want to remain downtown, and this really solves that issue for us the long term. So we respectfully request approval on our recommendations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else speaking on behalf of this issue?
Good evening. My name is Bernard Fielding Jr. I'm 3rd generation Fielding, owner of the Fielding property I aforementioned. Come to you, it's a bittersweet moment for us as we close our business, but we can't think of a better steward than the Charleston Day School to carry on and serve the community in this respect. I represent the board of directors as well as the stockholders, and we are definitely in full favor of rezoning for school usage. And I just wanted for the record to state that. And that's it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else speaking on this item? Hearing none, it comes to council for vote. All right, all those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Parker, go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Pro
Pro
Tem. I will not make the motion, but finding out that there is a conflict and seeing that our council member for that district is not here, I won't make the motion, but I would, is it your? Okay. I won't make the motion, but I would rather him have been here to
Provide some
make, make this vote, but, okay.
council member.
I discussed this with Councilmember Seekings. He is very much in favor of items number 2 and 3. So in fact, he asked that I bring this up to council. So thank you, Councilwoman Parker, for reminding me. Councilman Seekings is very much in favor of both these items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Pell.
I just have a quick nerd question for Mr. Morgan, and I'm referring to myself as I'm the nerd. You're not the nerd. You're the cool guy in this dialogue. Under this zoning district that we're talking about, are schools allowed by right, or do they still have to go to the BZA for special exception
So for
approval?
the school overlay at 7 Magazine, it would still have to get a special exception. And that would look at traffic issues. It would look at noise, number of cars, number of students on the site, that kind of thing.
Got it. So it'd be fair to say that we're sort of opening the door to schools, but the specific school proposal will receive another round of public vetting with an opportunity for public engagement, everything we love and sometimes hate about the BZA, right? Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you, council member. Any other discussion on this item? Councilman Waring?
I would like to follow up on the Fielding Board of Directors furthering the legacy of the property being used, in particular for educational purposes. I mean, these are schools, and Mr. Morgan can remember this when years and years ago in another life, when I was on the zoning commission, we came up with these overlay districts, and they have proven to be not good, but extremely successful in certain situations. I remember when Mason Prep wanted to expand, but for the overlay district, you'd be surprised how hard it is for schools to expand, in particular on the peninsula. I think it was First Baptist wanted to expand. You'll be surprised the opposition that comes out of that. But again, as the peninsula repopulates with families, both public and private school opportunities need to be made available. And given the a peninsula that's already built out, but for sports property. This is a very, very good combination that's taken place. So don't take it for granted. When it comes through the next time with the next school that needs an overlay district, let's all jump in and help them, because education isn't easy in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Waring. Any other discussion on this? And just as a reminder, Planning Commission did vote 7-0. Christopher, it's coming to council for a vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. That item passes. Now we're on to number 3.
Okay. And this is a little bit of an unusual situation for you all, number 3, because this is to amend a restrictive covenant, which we really don't put on properties these days anymore. This dates back a number of years, back when they were more routine at the city. And this is basically allowing a school use on the site that was the Fielding Home for Funerals, that would change the restrictive covenants. Right now, what the restrictive covenants say is that that property is zoned limited business, and the only type of business that can be on there is a funeral home. And this would allow the school to be on the site as well by virtue of this change to the restrictive covenants. And I'll just kind of show you all some of the images of the property. Again, it's oops. So, okay. It is in our comprehensive plan. It's in the neighborhood area. So again, an area that would be compatible for schools. There's a description of neighborhood. Here, the images, there are a number of parking lots as well as older historic buildings, garages, things like that, all the types of buildings that would be associated with a funeral home. Here's a little bit closer view of the site. Again, some historic structures there. And a turned view from the aerial and some of the parking areas and more parking areas and the front historic structure there. And this is the restrictive covenant from, I believe, back in 1990, something like that. It basically says that, again, all that would be allowed there would be the funeral home, and the amendment would allow the underlying language here, which is a school or nursery school, kindergarten, elementary, secondary school, college, university, and professional and vocational school to be added to those restrictive covenants for the property. And Planning Commission did review that and recommend 7-0 in favor of the change to the restrictive covenants.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Any residents here wanting to speak on issue number 3 or item number 3, please come forward. You have 90 seconds.
Hi, I'm Jason Pay. I'm here on behalf of myself, also my client here that lives in the center of this property, in the parking lot at 110 Logan Street. And I'm also the vice president of the Homeowners Association at 67 Legree Street, which is only access is through Queen Street between Legree and Logan Street, which we are unable to use at this point for a sinkhole. So I'm going to go over this rather quickly. So the school has no hardship to change the zoning. It is a residential neighborhood. Number 2, the traffic problems that we have in the school currently causes quite a bit of backup on Archdale Street, although they do, I have to give them props, try to manage it. although I've had a time or two run in. They're currently trying to change the traffic patterns so that they can now block up the other one-way street on Logan Street, which is going to affect all of the values of the owners on Logan Street, which I've reached out to. They also brought up that they spoke with the housing authority. However, I spent a couple of days and I have several signatures from the homeowner or the residents who live there where they were not notified about that. And they are not in favor of this change because it's going to affect their quality of life. Secondly, they say they want to add 2 classrooms. Their current capacity is somewhere around 230.
Just
And
wrap it up, sir. Your
I'm
time's up.
sure they're 230 and they've used a 400 number that they don't want to grow to. However, they are currently able to house 340 students, which is 60 away from their goal. And the majority of, if you look at the census says that there are 398 children in the 29401 zip code. And if you look at Memminger Elementary School, they have 321 students. So therefore, the majority of the students that go in this school are from elsewhere. I have asked Mr. Ross what his number of students are that live on the peninsula that are going to be utilizing this. He does not have the answer for the neighborhood, and we just want more transparency. We would ask that they table this until they can speak with the other homeowners and come up with their plan and give us more time to address it. But I have 30 homeowners in the Crafts House that are not in favor. I have one that's here that's going to speak as well. And we'd ask that you table this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public speaking on this item number 3? Just a reminder, you have 90 seconds.
Hi, I'm David Gatch. I live at 110 Logan Street. My house is right in the middle of the Fielding Funeral Home property. I purchased my house in, I believe it was 2002, and have enjoyed a great quality of life with really, really good neighbors living there. I absolutely feel my quality of life, the value of my home that I purchased will certainly be hampered. I work from home when I'm not traveling for work. I have to suspect that the noise levels will be greatly impacted. I am absolutely probably the most individual that's going to be affected by this change. And I definitely would like to learn more about what the plans are, what's going to actually be going back there. And I really just don't have many answers right now. And it's something that at this point I cannot support, being that I am 100% affected. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public speaking on item number 3?
I would like to speak.
Just one moment, sir. Is this an online speaker? Why don't we wait?
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to take the online. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Peter Olber. I'm a resident of 118 Green Street since more or less 20 years. I think that the school has, I have 5 children, so I love children and I love schools, but I think the school has a significant impact on the neighborhood. I can only second all of the comments that have been made. And I think the most important thing is before any kind of decision on the rezoning is made, that we have full transparency of the plans that the school has. How would they manage traffic? How would they contain noise? How would they contain the impact on the neighborhood? And the other point is actually, is this a school for the neighborhood, or is this a school for kids that are coming from different parts of Charleston? And is that really necessary? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. James Wilson with Wobble Von Dickinson again. Planning, of course, is in a nascent phase for the expansion of the school. That's going to go through the regular approval process, as you all know and would expect. In terms of numbers, the school right now is currently maxed out at about 270 students. With this expansion, could grow to as much as 320, but we actually believe this is it's a bigger campus. We're hoping it actually alleviates traffic on Archdale Street because we now will have a second access point on Logan Street. It's already a mixed-use neighborhood. It's got businesses as well as residences. We think this is with schools and history of schools. We think it's a good fit. The Charleston Village Neighborhood Association, which is this neighborhood, is in support of the zoning change. And then lastly, in terms of who it serves, we don't have exact numbers, but a majority of students live on the peninsula. About 35% of them walk or bike to school. This is a local school. It has been, but it also serves a broader community, as it should. Thank you very much for your consideration. Just let us know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional citizens interested in speaking on item 3? I don't think so. Yeah.
Hello again, Bernard Fielding Jr., and I'd just like to piggyback on what I said earlier and reiterate that within our own institution, Fielding Home for Funerals, we've had in-depth discussion about what we would like to see happen with the property once it's sold, and we couldn't think of a better transition with the Charleston Day School. And it's like I said, it's a bittersweet moment for us, but we like the notion that it's going to be used to serve the community still as an institution for learning. And we just know that the Charleston Day School is going to honor the legacy of what has been there for well over 100 years. And we just think that it's a very good fit, especially since they are a long-standing institution on the peninsula. And we're just thrilled. So.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak on item number 3? With that, it does come to council, and for discussion, Councilman Gregory and then Councilman Shade.
Just a couple of questions. The first question is, are the buildings on the historical register?
They are in the National Register District that's in that area, so they will have to go through the AR process for any changes, alterations, things like that.
Okay. The public housing community that's across the street, aren't they also on the National Register?
They're within the National Register District, yes,
okay.
sir.
I know that you've had discussions with Charleston Village Neighborhood Association, but with that property being across the street from that community, I would suggest to also have a conversation with their resident council, because they also have a council, and it's called the Resident Council. So I would just have a conversation with them as well. Other than that, I truly think that this could be a very good project for the community. And then my last question, how many minorities attend Charleston Day?
Don't have exact number, but the head of school says in the 2 to 4% range is what it currently is. Obviously, the school continues to work on that.
Right, and the reason why I ask it, I mean, in a city that's now that's gone to about 17% minority,
Right.
I just think that would be a pretty good goal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregory, Councilman Shade, and then Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, can you pull up the slide that shows where this gentleman's house is located? We spoke.
So, yeah, I believe that you would see it from this image here.
And so what is that in connection to the you know, we used to get these slides. I've asked that we get these slides as part of our agenda package, and not in here. Not what y'all looking at. anyhow, so not, anyhow, can you show me his, where is that relationship to the existing building where the Fielding home is located? So his residence will be surrounded by, and so maybe if you could explain to us again, what is going to be used in this new acquisition?
And the exact facilities that will be constructed there are to be determined, but there will be buildings. Of course, there's a historic building that'll need to be preserved. But there will be classroom space. I think there's potential for theater space, administrative space as well. And so these are facilities that the school's kind of crammed in, you know, in the old college prep campus. It's got a gym and kind of uses the gym for everything, right? For, you know, theater, auditorium, basketball, you name it. And so this is an opportunity to create some more facilities and hopefully do create more classrooms and maybe labs. And, you know, there's just a lot of opportunities there. The exact program is to be determined. I hope that's at least a little helpful.
Mr. Morgan, so my next question is, the decision that we're making today is to lax and amend this restrictive covenant.
Yes, sir.
And I know this was back in 1980, but what was there before? I mean, some reason and restrictive covenant was imposed on this property. What was there before? What was the need to have this restrictive covenant imposed?
I am not sure if the funeral home was operating before that, but I know that at that point in time, when it was zoned limited business, typically limited business allows a lot more uses, restaurants, bars, things like that, open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., that kind of thing. And so in an effort to work with the neighborhood, I think the Fielding home was willing to limit their uses to just the Fielding home for funerals, as opposed to having other uses that are typically found in limited business.
And so the proposed amendment then would just allow the schools
to be added to it. Yes, sir.
and that would preserve then somewhat pretty closely to the intended reason for the restricted covenant, not to be a restaurant or any other type of commercial activity. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shade, and then back to Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. So again, I won't make a motion to defer, but I do think that this council should, moving forward, I think we should request, you know, that Charleston Day have more conversations with the surrounding community. We've heard from a few neighbors, and thank you to the neighbors. Thank you to Mr. Fielding. Thank you to the day school for coming out and explaining your position, because if not, we wouldn't know. So I will say, if this moves forward, maybe for second and third reading, if Charleston Day or the neighbors or the association presidents could come back and sort of give us an update on what they've uncovered or what they plan to do with the property. I do agree with some of the neighborhood, you know, just not knowing what exactly the plan is or what it's going to be used for. I think would be a good idea to hear from them. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gregory.
One other question to you. If that property covenant was changed prior to the sale, okay, to allow it to be limited business, what would it be worth without the school overlay?
I wouldn't have.
And the reason why I'm asking, and I'm just raising the question for thought, because what traditionally happens to our community is that we sell, not realizing that if we came forward with a rezoning on the property, that the property would be worth considerably more money. Okay, so I just want to make that for the record. Traditionally, that's what happens to African Americans in particular in this city. They don't get the proper zoning prior to selling, and as a result, they have to sell it for a much lower price. Just wanted the record to reflect that. But I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the caveats that Council Member Parker just articulated. And those caveats were to get
Second.
with the community. If you can articulate them again.
Sure, just to hear from, I do think that the communities, the surrounding neighborhoods, community should have a reasonable amount of time to understand what's going to go in. Obviously traffic, the school's been there for quite a while, but just to a better understanding of what would go in. And one thing I did forget to mention, traffic counts. I mean, we talk about that a lot, just with speed bumps and stop signs and things like that. I think it's a fair calculation for the community to understand what this change means.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. There is a motion on the floor. Any other discussion?
I do.
Councilmember Quer.
I seconded that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morgan, what else could go here? What other type uses could go here besides, I think a school is kind of fits in, and I agree with Ms. Parker said, you definitely need to communicate with neighbors and certainly what was the name of the public housing across the street. But obviously but for the school, what other type businesses could go here? There's a commercial business been there for 100 years. So.
Well, again, right now it's limited because of the restrictive covenant to just the funeral home. But should the restrictive covenant go away, the limited business use would allow restaurants. It would allow multifamily residential up to 19 units an acre, which is, somewhat in line with what's in the surrounding area. It would allow offices, trying to think, other, again, if there was no restrictive covenant on it at all, it would allow other school purposes as well.
Lots of negative uses is my point. In other words, the covenant really helps the situation immensely. So anyway, I agree with needing to communicate a little bit better on this one, but I'm sure that will happen between the first and second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Waring. Councilman Shealy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I may need to recuse myself. I'm not sure, but I have a family member that works at Charleston Day, so. I need to
Duly
recuse
noted
myself.
for the record. Any other conversation on this? Councilman Appel.
And just real quickly, this was the point of my question on the earlier agenda item. So giving the school overlay zoning just allows, in general, the ability to do a school. Any specific school plan would have to go before the BOZA. And Mr. Wilson's an excellent zoning and land use attorney. He knows as much as anybody that appears before these zoning boards. You do your homework before you go to the zoning board, or you're going to have a bad night. And so I've got no doubt in my mind that there will be a second round of community engagement when they have a more clear understanding of what they're doing. Because as I think we heard from the applicant, they don't really have a super clear sense of the specifics right now, but that there will be a time and place for that. It's very similar to what we do when we do accommodations overlays, that we provide the general parameters, but the specific hotel plan has to get thoroughly vetted by the BZA. So there's a second step in that process.
Thank you, Councilman Appel. Any other discussion on this item? I'm hearing none. Item 3 was amended with condition clearly articulated by Councilman Parker for additional community engagement. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there someone online that's trying to speak? Yeah. All right. Councilman Gregory made the amendment to number 3, seconded by Councilmember Mitchell, with the condition of additional community engagement, traffic counts, hearing back from the neighborhood. I'll send this to council now for a vote. All in favor of item 3 as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes as amended. I'm going to turn it over to our mayor.
All right. So we're going to take items 4 through 13 together. They're almost all properties that have come into the city and are just getting their residential zoning. I'm going to call out the addresses all together, and then Mr. Morgan will go through them. And if anybody after his presentation wants to come up and speak on any of these properties, we'll just take all y'all's comments as one group. And so the properties are 2205 North Dallerton Circle, 2246 North Dallerton Circle, 2142 South Dallerton Circle, 2237 South Dallerton Circle, 2244 South Dallerton Circle, 2916 Doncaster Drive, 1962 Ivy Hall Road, 525 St. Andrews Boulevard, 1742 West Avalon Circle, and finally 319 Wapu Road. Again, Mr. Morgan will go through each one, and then we'll allow folks to come speak on any one of those that you desire. Mr. Morgan.
Okay, and just real quickly, North Dallerton Circle, 2205. This would come in the city as SR1, single family residential. And there it is in our comp plan. In the 2246 North Dallerton Circle, that would also come in as SR1. These are all existing developed residential lots. And in our comprehensive plan. And then we have 2142 South Dallerton Circle. Again, SR1 is an existing developed single family lot. And then 2237 South Dallerton, an existing single family developed lot, SR1. And then we have 2244 South Dallerton, existing developed single family lot, SR1. Um, 2916 Doncaster, and that's an existing developed single family lot that would come in SR1. Here you see it. 1962 Ivy Hall Road, an existing developed single family lot would come in as SR1. And then we have 525 St. Andrews that would come in the city. It's an existing developed single family lot, and then it's SR1. And 1742 West Avalon Circle, an existing residential lot that would come in as SR2 because of the surrounding lot sizes and densities. And finally, 319 Wapu Road would come in the city as STR, single and two family residential, given the surrounding densities as well in this location. And all of these were recommended for approval by the Planning Commission.
Would anyone like to be heard on any of these properties before council this evening? I don't see anybody coming forward, so they come together to council and they're all as a group. We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Next up is approval of our city council minutes from May the 9th.
Second.
Motion to approve any corrections, additions, deletions. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, the ayes have it. So next up is our citizens participation period. How many folks do we have signed up for that there? Huh? 23. So I'd like to allow a minute and a half, 90 seconds for everyone, and might run just a little bit over, but that shouldn't run too far over. And Madam Clerk will call y'all names out, and please come forward, but still, if you would give your name and address, and please try to limit your remarks to a minute and a half. She'll let you know when time is up, and when she does, if you just kindly wrap it up, that would be great.
Okay. Brett Berry.
Brett Berry, West Ashley. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. Charleston pioneered the historical preservation movement, and this week marks the 3rd anniversary of the removal of the John C. Calhoun Monument, which is a key piece of this city's historical and artistic inheritance. I have a letter from the owners of Marion Square, as well as the Calhoun family, some of which reside here in Charleston and have for many years, which is an invitation to members of council to start a dialogue and talk about a pathway forward. The monument has been in storage for 3 years, and a resolution needs to be put together. Hopefully one that recognizes not everybody will love, but hopefully a majority will find reasonable. So we thank you for considering this request to start a discussion and look forward to your reply. Madam Clerk, I do have a letter from the owners of Marion Square as well as the Calhoun family for council. Thank you so much.
Next, I have Charlie. I'm not sure what the last name is. Looks like Smith. Oh, sorry, Charlie Smith.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Charlie Smith, 333 Wapu Road, and I'm here to speak on the Sumar Street option 1. The vote and the discussion tonight is the culmination of 6 years of really, really hard work from the thousands of the citizens of West Ashley, from the West Ashley Revitalization Commission under the chairmanship of Chairman Peter Shahid. It has been a tremendous amount of work to decide what West Ashley wants to be for the next 50 years. And we did that when we adopted Plan West Ashley, when this council adopted Plan West Ashley. That's what we did. Plan West Ashley was very clear that what is proposed in option 1 is exactly what we wanted through the planning process and through the adoption of Plan West Ashley. It's really nice when you have a public meeting and you get 72% of the people agreeing on one thing. But that's what we got at the public meeting that we had on this discussion recently. 72% of the people voted in favor of option 1. To do anything other than that is to tell 72% of the people that what they think does not matter. That should not be the message of this council. The people have spoken. Option 1 is what they want, and this is what we should have in West Ashley. West Ashley deserves the best, and it should have the best, just like the rest of this city. And I thank you all for your consideration tonight, and particularly to Councilmember Parker for making it possible for us to discuss all of this at one time and place. Thank you.
Charles Steinart.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, excuse me. First of all, I want to commend everybody on the team effort for 6 years of work to get us where we are. Unfortunately, I see things a little different. Yes, there are zoning rules. Yes, there are ways to do things. We presented a petition against the zoning at the adjacent project, the Ashley Plaza Mall, which I submitted by email today. There are 1,092 signatures on that. Yes, they have the zoning. That doesn't mean we like it. I often hear the term a gathering place. And if you want to look at a gathering place, the most fantastic one that we have in the area is White Point Gardens. Although it's a different size shape, Sumar Street is basically the same square footage. That could be our gateway, a beautiful park with a beautiful fixture. At a previous Ways and Means, I heard Mr. Gregory talk about he wanted world class. And I appreciated those comments, and I hope he does continue it. And let's make this the best possible project ever. And don't forget, we still have 1,000 people that want to be heard. Thank you, sir.
Ed Sutton.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name's Ed Sutton. I live in District 9, which I'd like to make a motion later that we rename to the Mustache District, since that seems to be a common theme. But also in the board of directors for CARTA, and then also served in the Air Force Reserves as a lieutenant colonel. For my day job, I fix up old buildings, so very involved with development and wise city planning. Things like the previous Mayor Riley would tell us, make sure you're looking 50, 100 years into the future.
And I think we have that with option one. And I'll repeat the quick history. We've been looking at this site since 2018. There's been 14 public meetings concerning this site. It's been through West Ashley Revitalization Committee. Option one has been approved by the DRB. And when it came to council back in April, the decision was made, hey, let's look at two more options. And there was a vote and that happened. And the public got on June 8th to look at those two options, said, no, the option two and option three. Didn't like it. Like Mr. Smith mentioned, option one is the overwhelming favorite here by the public, and very, very rarely does it happen. And when people are explaining the underground garage, how it has a dual purpose, that it could also retain water because flooding is an issue in West Ashley as well. The cost and that novel concept is a different story when that's explained to people. They get it, that has the underground parking maximizes our surface space. And it does cost a lot of money to build something that retains water underground. So council, tonight, I encourage you to please move forward with option one. It's what West Ashley wants. It's what we've been waiting for, and we deserve a win over on our side of town. Thank you.
Bob O'Brien.
Bob O'Brien, 10 Stutz Court, West Ashley. Mayor, the Sumar Street options, there are other funding to developing this area. And the Triangle property is a wonderful gateway park to West Ashley that do not involve tax giveaways to a developer. Charleston can and should use the same grant funding application fervor we currently employ for the Low Country Low-Line Park being developed for the benefit of Peninsula residents to secure federal and state park grant monies currently available to make the gateway to West Ashley the park originally called for when Charleston purchased this property. We need a gateway to West Ashley that reflects West Ashley's beauty and not a developer's dream with multiple story buildings blocking the sight lines to the most dangerous interchange in Charleston. One only has to drive on Glen McConnell and see the thousands and thousands of new housing units being built in West Ashley to recognize the needs in West Ashley for more parks and less intense development.
Michael Mayer.
Maher. M-A-H-E-R? Yeah, that's me. Okay. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor. Members of council, Michael Maher, 1 Cool Below Street, but I'm here on behalf of the West Edge Foundation to give you a brief update on the Gatson Creek matter and West Edge's efforts to address the contamination and flooding that's impacting the west side, the Gadsden and Green community, as well as anybody who tries to navigate Haggard Avenue in the vicinity of Fishburne and Line Street. Regrettably, we do remain in litigation. The Friends of Gadsden Creek and the South Carolina Environmental Law Project have chosen to appeal the final ruling of the Administrative Law Court that was laid down in December of last year, upholding the permit for West Edge to do the work necessary to address that flooding and the capping of the landfill. The bottom line is that this matter has been fully and thoroughly and fairly addressed by the Administrative Law Court. We had 4.5 days of testimony, including expert testimony, both by West Edge and by the Friends of Gadsden Creek, other witnesses. And after that testimony, after all of the facts, the Administrative Law Court found that all the alternatives offered by the Friends of Gadsden Creek, none of them would achieve the necessary combination of controlling the flooding and addressing and capping the contamination that threatens the community. I'm going to read directly from the final ruling. The court wrote that the West Edge project is the only way to ensure that one, the landfill will stop threatening the health, safety, and welfare of the people and the environment, and address the flooding issues, which are also a threat to public health. The unfortunate truth is that today, the opposition is impacting the west side and the Gadsden Green community on a daily basis. And the longer this goes on, the longer this delay happens, the more that impact accelerates for that community. And so, as the court found, the only viable solution is the solution
that we are prepared and have been prepared to implement. And we look forward to doing so. And we'll continue to pursue those efforts on behalf of the entire community.
Sir, time. Thank you. Carlton Swift.
Hello, my name is Carlton Swift. I live at 1631 Pinckney Park Drive in West Ashley. And I would like to show my support for option 1 for the Sumar Street redevelopment. People have expressed concerns about the cost of this project. My perception, and a lot of people in West Ashley, is that a similarly scaled project downtown would cost significantly more, yet no one would blink an eye at the cost. The Sumar Street project is not just for West Ashley. It's a project that will benefit all of Charleston. The city has neither public meeting space nor significant city offices located off of the peninsula. Even our wonderful West Ashley coordinator's office is located on the peninsula. By fully funding this project, Charleston will be able to provide office and meeting space for people who may not be willing or able to go downtown. Furthermore, this investment will show Charleston's confidence in redevelopment off of the peninsula. Developers who might otherwise be in talks with North Charleston are far more likely to consider the Samret corridor if they see tangible first-class investment from the city. We are a first-class city. We are all first-class citizens. Places off of the peninsula are just as deserving of first-class investment. We don't want to set the precedent that West Ashley, James Island, Daniel Island, and Johns Island are only worthy of the crumbs left over from the peninsula's feasts. I hope one day to see flagship civic projects on Johns Island, James Island, and Daniel Island. Let's set the standard today that all of Charleston is worthy of a first-class investment.
Sir, time.
Vote for option 1. Thank you.
Joy Smith.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a member of KJM and I worship at St. Stephen's Episcopal on Anson Street. We started a petition. We have 1,000+ names on the petition that was published in city paper. And we also have comments that some people wrote with those on that petition. So I'd like to present this to you if you would give that to the mayor. Bedtime reading tonight, maybe. I just want to tell you all a few of the comments that were that people wrote when they signed the petition. One person wrote, "I understand flooding is a complex issue and many potential solutions should be looked at. But I think it's too easy to pave paradise and put up a parking lot," to quote a well-known song. Gadsden Creek may not seem like paradise to some of us, but to others it is. It is home, neighborhood, and is part of the fabric that we are so rapidly losing across the peninsula. A person in Charleston wrote, "I am an architect in Charleston who believes that wetlands are to be protected and define the beauty of our area. They mitigate storm runoff, and their demolishing and destruction contribute to more severe flooding and will disproportionately affect underserved communities and communities of color." Another person wrote, "Charleston needs to make amends for the
Ma'am,
wrong."
time.
Thank you.
David Osborne.
My name is David Osborne. I am the treasurer for the Sandhurst Neighborhood Civic Association. I want to start by thanking you, City Council and the mayor. Y'all started at 4:30 and you're still plowing strong right straight through dinner. Y'all will never hear me say y'all don't work. So I am in favor of option 1, and I'm going to tell you why. Some people have already talked about it. This has been going on for years now. We've had countless number of neighborhood meetings. The public has spoken. They've had a lot of opportunities to submit what they would like to see done with the space. Some of the things that were asked for was a civic center, a green space area, and businesses. and option one encompasses all three of those. Now, just anecdotally and talking to people, some of the things that I've heard as far as opposition go to, well, not everyone supports every part of option one. If we're waiting for everyone to support every part of option one, we're going to be looking at a vacant lot for a long time, or for any option for that matter. Secondly is the money. I'm old enough, I was born right here in Charleston, raised. I'm old enough to have seen a lot of money go downtown. And downtown looks great, it's beautiful, but it's about time for some of that love to make it across the river to us in West Ashley. So I would just ask you to go ahead and vote for option one, in favor of option one, do the right thing for the citizens of Charleston and the community of West Ashley. Thank you.
Deborah Gammons.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for your service. My name is Deborah Gammons. I'm an attorney. I'm also a professor at Charleston School of Law, and I rise to speak on behalf of the City of Charleston. I'm a resident. I live at 1818 Pierce Street, and I am also a Low Country native. I rise to speak about what is needed in our city. We need protection, we need safety, and we need preservation. Part of this history of Charleston is so important. When I look around this room and I see all of these wonderful paintings, I see two females, I see two Black people, and that is it. We are all part of the city. And because of that, because of the necessity of inclusion, equality, and also having everyone to the table and having them to speak, I am running for mayor of the city of Charleston. And even looking around this table, we have one female council member. So females make up 51% of our country, the greatest country in the world, and we need to be a part of that. And safety is so important, particularly in all the areas that my fellow Low Country citizens have noted, all of it. So that is the reason I'm running for mayor, and I'm so grateful to live in a country where I can do that. This color of my skin or my sex does not make a difference. Thank you for all of your service.
Ruth Miller.
Good evening. I'm not going to speak to you about money. I'm going to speak to you about West Ashley and a civic center, because I have, and this is what my credential is, I have lived in my home for 40 years. I am 4 blocks from Sumar Street, and I walk to the Piggly Wiggly. So I'm well aware of everything that is there. Also, I did go to this meeting. It was held, I believe, on the 11th of June. And I will tell you, the entire vote was totally meaningless. We had never seen those 3 different plans until that evening. The mayor had many city people there to tell us all about them. And then when he began the meeting, he pointed out right off the bat that he wanted number 1. And I want you to think about this is important because there were so many city people there. Then we get a moderator who gets up and announces, okay, we're going to do something different tonight. We're going to vote on a QR code. I instantly raised my hand. I said, sir, what if we don't have a phone? He said, well, we'll give you a chance to speak at the end. Okay, that's how I was told that my vote didn't count on the phone. So what happens when the speakers start getting up? It was a pre-arranged group. Excuse me. I promise you, we had land developers speaking about the wonderful development of one. We had 2 real estate people that told us how much the real estate was going to go up. And the one that really got me was the 2 people that would go raving about number 1. They're all raving about number 1.
Ma'am, time.
And quickly they said they want an ice cream shop, and those people didn't even know that across the street we have old-fashioned ice cream parlor. They didn't know anything about the area. I just very quickly, I want number 3. I want that nice city hall that they designed for 1, put on number 3 with open space for gatherings. Thank you.
Diane Hamilton.
Good evening. I'm Diane Hamilton, 1219 Forbes Avenue, West Ashley, and I am speaking in full support of option number 1, decision I arrived at on my own, for the Sumar Street redevelopment, a landmark for our future. It promotes public-private cooperation, civic interaction, and neighbors connecting while expanding business opportunities in West Ashley. The citizens living and working in West Ashley deserve the best. Charleston deserves the best. Since 2017, the goal has been to transform an unsightly space into a magnificent gateway to the South Carolina's historical site, Charlestown Landing, Charleston, and West Ashley. A parking garage or surface parking lot will not achieve this goal. The citizen should be provided with an opportunity for maximum land use. Thank you.
Cynthia Nolan.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Nolan and I live in Citadel Woods, west of the Ashley. I, along with the majority of the residents, support the Sumar Street redevelopment project option 1. It is a much needed project to be a gateway to West Ashley and will bring in business and upscale restaurants to the area. It is very long overdue. I am asking, along with the majority of West Ashley residents, for the council to approve this project. Thank you.
Michael. Yep. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor, I'm Mike Mayhew. I live in Sandhurst, just down the street from the Sumar Street development, and I am for option number 1 as well. I am a co-founder of an international tech company, and we bring young people into the area to be software developers and engineers. We work with the College of Charleston. And personally, I'm trying to kind of grow the area and bring in folks from all around to do business in the area. And I, about 4 years ago, moved into West Ashley because I liked the vibe and there was promise for revitalization. And I think that it's option number 1 is the way to go. There's been due diligence. The design and the parking garage being partially underground is good for flooding. Don't get wrapped up around the axle. It's a great plan. Let's get it done. Thanks.
Angela Washington.
Good evening. My name is Angela Washington and I'm a resident of Gaston Green and I live on the BTG. Despite what city officials have shared with us, we've learned from experts in the field of hydrology that the flooding problems and the conditions that exist in my neighborhood can be solved through some pretty simple solutions. These are solutions that could have been implicated by the city at any point in history and weren't. Why not? Well, if the flooding problems are addressed on the west side, then there will be no need for the existing response of quick contamination. I'm here tonight with the rest of my organization with 1,000 signatures of individuals calling on the mayor and city council to save Gaston Creek. In March, over 1,500 people came out in person to call on the mayor and city council to restore and revitalize Gaston Creek. Just across the peninsula, members of their community called for the halt and development at the Union Pier to get it right. The city has the power to do the exact same thing for Gaston Creek.
Ma'am, time.
We are here just to ask simply for the mayor and the city council to work with us and to revitalize and restore Gaston Creek.
Nita Wise.
Hello, my name is Nita Weiss, and I'm here to give you a quick update on Charleston Sister Cities. I'd like to let you know that our parent organization, Sister Cities International, received a request from the State Department. This was tied into President Biden's recent trip to Oceania, to Japan, Korea, Australia, New Guinea, that in the Pacific. And so as a result of that, they've reached out to sister cities to see if there would be an opportunity for assisting with soft diplomacy in regards to creating some sister city partnerships in that part of the world, dialing those up. And so they reached out to me, and I've had a brief discussion with the mayor that I'm going to be following up on in more detail regarding this matter. But at any rate, this is something that the State Department will be working on a little bit more fully this fall, and we would like to certainly participate in this endeavor. They're proposing certain sister city programs in Oceania, but anyway, I'd like to share more information with you regarding this matter and getting your support and input after speaking with the mayor. Thank you.
Kenneth Maralda.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Kenneth Marolda. I live at 45 Sycamore Avenue, Concord. Tonight, you will vote on continuing with the Sumar Street project. And in advance of that vote, I'd like to share a few thoughts about this project for your consideration. The city studied 3 options after there were questions about the main proposal. Firstly, I think almost everyone agrees that option 3 is completely inadequate for this site. We can get so much more out of this piece of land if we don't use it, or if we don't use half of it for surface level parking. Option 2 is equally problematic. The surrounding neighborhoods have been very clear in stating they do not want to look at a parking garage. I think we can all agree that this location with such high visibility deserves better architecture than a parking deck. This leaves option 1, which makes the most efficient use of the land and does not demand an unsightly parking deck. It is also the only option that addresses stormwater. Option 1 follows the recommendations of the Dutch Dialogue, which on page 118 recommended enacting an integrated set of green stormwater infrastructure development rules that harmonize parking, landscaping, open space, drainage design, detention design, and stormwater quality design requirements. To this same point, the city of Charleston hosted a hazard mitigation meeting on Wednesday, June 14th, which I attended. Public input collected by them showed that flooding is the second major hazard concern showed by citizens. Furthermore, the public feedback collected shows that following the Dutch Dialogue's recommendations is a major way the public wants the city to address flooding.
Sir, time.
Thank you. Please vote option 1.
Trent Humphrey.
Hi, my name is Trent Humphrey. I live at 3220 Hatchet Bay Drive, which is the Hayward, and it's near Carolina Bay. And I'm here to speak in support of Sumar Street option 1 and for the city council to vote on option 1 in favor of it. And as far as the consideration of it as a gathering place and as a gateway, those I think are very important to consider, and all the plans address that. But what option 1 does different is that it's a very effective piece of infrastructure. And as an investment, a piece of infrastructure is something you can be really sure of your high dollar amount that is invested into it is going to have a return on your investment, especially when there's a lot of cars and a lot of water. A way to deal with that is with an underground parking deck that serves both those purposes. That's it.
Ledley Bell.
Good evening. I'm Ledley Bell of 498 Albemarle Road. Sorry, it's a little tall, I guess. Better? Okay. I urge you to think differently. We're used to thinking in terms of dollars and cents. Here, we need to think in terms of dollars and cents with an S. Climate change has radically made it necessary to think in different terms, in terms of a very traditional cost-benefit analysis. Here we are presented with a garage, which, as many have explained, has a very important role to play in our community. We're all aware of climate change. This allows, in a storm, for the cars to be removed and for a place for that water to be held from all the impervious surface around that area. So I urge you, think differently, think positively. This option 1 is the way to go. Thank you very much.
William Spann. William Spann. And then we had a few people sign up online. You want me to go through those? Okay. Ben Chase.
And if you're online, you may have to dial *6.
Donna Daniel.
You mind hearing those now? Hello, Mayor, council members. I'm Donna Daniel at 1549 Burning Tree Road. It's been 3 years almost trying to open a couple of roads so that one property will not be getting all of the in and out day and night. It's maddening. It is a law already set in the book that those roads should not be closed. Would you please, when you get the handout, look at the second page. There's a photo. That is Fairway Drive and Harbor View. There is a dead end sign. This is supposed to be an open road. There are trees. Behind the trees are a fence. Behind the fence is Harbor View. This, to the city of Charleston, is an open road. Your lawyer sent a letter saying that the street remains encumbered by a public easement, which has to be in writing. We've yet to see that. And the city has fully preserved its right to reopen the street. Well, then reopen it and let the traffic go through so that one property won't be getting. Think about your home as a square all day long, all night long. Two sides of our property
Ma'am,
get
time.
all of the traffic coming in and out. That's not fair. Mayor, you know it's not fair. Let's set a good example about where laws are. You expect me to abide by the laws, I expect you to.
Gail Thiedman.
Hello, good evening. My name's Gail Tiedemann and I live at 109 Ashley Avenue. I'm a member of CAJM. And CAJM, or Charleston Area Justice Ministry, we've learned a lot about Gadsden Creek since we began research on this issue in the fall of 2021. We learned that when West Edge put out its first plan, that the Ashley River and Gadsden Creek were listed as top assets for that development plan. There was no plan to fill the creek when the first plan came forward, but when the city changed its height ordinance, and that change with parking requirements all of a sudden meant that West Edge needed more developable land. How does a city developer gain more land to develop when it's surrounded by a creek, marsh, and wetlands? Cry contamination, cry flooding, ignore your own rules and regulations, and then claim to be a flood mitigator and claim to have the only solution to the flooding in the neighborhood. Gadsden Creek can and should be restored and revitalized right now. While cities across the country are tearing up the concrete they poured into the creeks and restoring them, we're proposing to do what cities have learned is wrong. It's the wrong thing to do to fill the creek. When we asked a hydrologist about the city's plan, he said that West Edge's plan was the dumbest thing the city could do for flooding and contamination. Why are we proposing to do the dumbest thing? Let's prevent ourselves from one of the biggest bloopers we could make. Let's use some teamwork and build a plan for Gadsden Creek that we can be proud of. There's plenty of money out there to do this work together. Can't you catch the vision for Gadsden Creek?
Gloria Aslanitis.
Hi, I'm Gloria Aslanides and I live at 108 Norview Drive. I too have lived in the neighborhood of Sumar Street. I'm 4 streets back for 39 years, not quite 40, but 39 years. I am here to speak to you in favor of option 1. I have not begrudged any development or investment into downtown Charleston. I ask that you not begrudge anything to West Ashley, James Island, Johns Island, or Daniel Island. I also want to point out that Mr. Steinert's petition of 1,089 signatures is about the apartments that are taking place in the adjacent development, shopping center, not on Sumar Street. I know because I think I signed it. So please, I'm here to ask you to support option 1.
Josh Dix.
Josh Dix, I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Charleston Trident Association of Realtors. I live at 640 Rutledge Avenue, and I've had first I want to say thank you for that land lease deal for the affordable housing. That's a smart use of your resources and an innovative way to address affordability. So thank you there. I also want to say thank you for the phone calls and the chats about Sumar Street. I think I've talked to most all of you, and I understand the various points of view, but this option 1 has gone through TRC. It's been approved by DRB. It's been vetted heavily at Wark and by the various communities of interest in West Ashley. And the investment in West Ashley needs to happen. That property, that project is not going to get any cheaper. We see construction costs going up all the time. And I would just like some direction in tonight's debate. If it's not going to be option 1, what is the future of the Piggly Wiggly? How do we bring the dead pig back to life here? It needs to be invested. There needs to be a transition, and Charleston needs a welcome entrance that's better than a vacant lot. So thank you for your time.
Lynn J.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Coolj. I'm of Commodore Road, and tonight I'm here with my friends from the Charleston Area Justice Ministry, as well as Friends of Gadsden Creek. Will everyone here going to bat for Gadsden Creek and the Gadsden Green community please stand? You might not be able to see them all. They're kind of hidden around the corners. A few people have left as we're far into the evening. In the summer of 2012, 14 congregations came together to form CAJM and to work on community problems together. We've grown to over 40 congregations in the past 11 years. And in those 11 years, when it comes to problems that we voted on and researched and the solutions that we've identified to address these problems, we're batting 1,000. We've called on changes in policies and reforms long before they were popular, such as the racial bias audit, increasing preschool slots, and the wage recovery program to help workers recover their stolen wages. We've hit it out of the park. We've chosen the right problems and the solutions because all of this is community driven. It's about the people. We're right on the Gadsden Creek issue, and the more we learn, the more confidence we gain that we're on the just side of this issue. We only have a few speakers tonight, but we hope you were listening with open minds, because if you inherited this Gadsden Creek issue when you joined council, then you were probably told many misleading half-truths that we, the community, have been told. And it's taken some digging, but we have uncovered the truth of what's going on here, and we won't share it all, but we've shared some of it. And we ask that those of you on the council who have not met with us yet will do so and reach out if we ask you to schedule a meeting. So catch our vision, do right, and do justice. Thank you.
That's all that signed up. And then I just have a summary of comments. I'll comment. Somebody.
Hello, Mayor, members of council. My wife appealed to your emotional side. Now I'm gonna give you the legal side. All right, first of all, I asked you for a letter telling me what was going on. I got this gobbledygook that failed a first year law exam. Issue, rule, analysis, conclusion. No rule. So I'll give you the rule. It says here, we have not just demonstrated any intention to close the street. So please read this. And then it says, but we preserve the right to reopen it. You didn't close it. You don't have to reopen it. Next thing is, showed you a picture of what it looks like. That is what you're calling an open street. Now, let's talk about what is a street. If the entire width of a street, this is 1962 Code 46, if the entire width of the street is to be open to vehicular traffic, is not able to be utilized by a car, the road is closed. We're not abandoning or closing a road. Yeah, you did. You closed it. Title 57 tells you you closed it. Then they said, oh, well, we allowed an easement. Didn't even address the one at Fairway Drive because it's just trees in the road. There's a walking easement. To have an easement, it has to be for the same purpose that it was used for to begin with. So if cars were going through it, an easement can only be for a car. It cannot be for a walking path. And once again, to get an easement, it takes an order for city council and it must be in writing and you have to pay a $700 fee. None of which happened. So is there an easement? No, there absolutely is not an easement. There's certainly no approved easement. Once again, why am I still standing here telling you that you're not above the law? I mean, I've given you the laws, I've given you the rules, I've given you specifically why you can't do it. And when I first met you, Mayor, one of the first things you told me was to sue you. Now, I wonder what the punitive damages would be for 40 years of harassment of my father with all this traffic, as pointed out by the excess traffic going by my house. Y'all know how much traffic's going by. It's illegal. The roads were closed illegally. And then where's the ethics reform for making fun of citizens when I file a Freedom of Information Act, only to find out my representative,
Sir,
who I've never
time.
met, is calling me names. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is William Tinkler. I live in District 9, sans mustache. But I rise in support of option 1. I've called West Ashley my home my entire life. For all those years, the city hasn't done very much meaningful in terms of improvements. And we've talked to many people. I've been talking to a lot of people in support of this. It's actually gotten worse over the last 40 years. So, you know, go to Citadel Mall, walk down Sam Rittenberg. You can't walk down Sam Rittenberg because there are no sidewalks. But look at the vacant storefronts, look at the empty parking lots. We need some mixed use development. We need the city's investment in that to bring community and families together. I think the question that y'all should be asking yourself is not whether the city has the means to do something like this. Y'all clearly have the means to do this. I think the question is, what's West Ashley going to look like in the next 40 years? And I think, you know, we need the improvement. We need the investment. West Ashley has done a lot for the city of Charleston. And I mean, I want to, again, support option one. And I want to thank the councilman and the mayor who, for their leadership and their vision and their willingness to put some investment in West Ashley for supporting option one.
Sir, time.
Thank you very much.
And sharing your thoughts with us. God bless you. Thank you for being with us. All right. So next up are some appointments we have under petitions and communications. First is an appointment to the Citizens Police Advisory Board of Liliana Taylor. Can I entertain a motion to appoint Ms. Taylor to the Advisory Council? And I will note, even though pretty sure this is the young lady who's at the College of Charleston and could qualify as one of the youth representatives. If Councilmember Shealy comes forward with a representative or a recommendation soon, that Ms. Taylor will simply be the mayor's adult appointment nomination to the
Thank you for that
council.
consideration. Thank you.
So any discussion on Ms. Taylor? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor, before you go forward, I do have a name I can get with you after the meeting, submit as my appointment to this council.
Oh, terrific.
Thank you.
Great. We'll bring it forward for approval at our next meeting. Great, thank you. So next up is our Peninsula Perimeter Protection Project Citizen and Business Advisory Committee. We have two new appointments, B.D. Wortham Galvin and Brandon Markland. All right, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next up is our BAR Large, Seton Brown, John Robinson, and Luda Sobchuk. Second, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Our Design Review Board, Ashley Jackrell, Aaron Stevens, and Stephanie Tillerson. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we brought this up a while back for discussion, discussing geography, geographical location, things like that. I am going to vote no to this particular, these appointments. I do think that having some fresh eyes on the board, as well as some additional geographical locations. I know we discussed it before, but we didn't go any further. We're just here with the appointments, so.
Thank you. And I forgot to call out the name of Ben Whitener also. Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to dovetail with what Councilmember Parker had asked, when these appointments have come back up under the citizen seat, I specifically asked before, what are the professions of these two folks? Can someone tell me?
Anyone in the planning department aware of the professions of Mr. Whitener and Ms. Tillerson? Ms. Copeland is coming forward. I think she might have some information. Oh,
I know.
Councilmember Appel.
Well, I can tell.
My question been answered first?
We're
gonna
going
try
to
and
answer the question. Yes.
You're
yes, sir.
asking about Ms. Tillerson. I mean, Stephanie is the town administrator for town of Kiowa.
Town
The
administrator.
administrator for town of Kiowa, and we go put the Stephanie back on the Charleston Board of Architectural Review.
Well, I
I mean,
think
the Don Review.
He lives in
I
Charleston.
believe she lives in the city. Yeah. And Mr. Whitener, I don't.
What is her background, by the way?
Stephanie Tillerson?
What is Stephanie Widener's background?
Stephanie Tillerson, I believe she was a planner, and now she's the town administrator of Kiowa. Ben Whitener, he's an architect. Ashley Jackrell, I believe she's a real estate agent.
And this is a problem I brought up before. And if you look at the composition of the design review board, I've asked specifically that we appoint people who are citizens of the community who bring a different common sense approach to design review board. And I've seen this happen numerous times, and both of these folks are wonderful people, by the way. They're very dedicated citizens, and they're very dedicated, and I'm not speaking ill of them at all. I want that impression to come out. But the design review board has gone through various gyrations, I guess, as to how they review the applications that come before it. They do a great job. Let me make that abundantly clear as well. But the purpose of having a citizen seat is to put a non-professional who's into this position as either an engineer, an architect, a realtor, or a landscape architect on this board, because we need to have diversity on these boards. That's how these boards are improved and are much more efficient and much more effective when you've got diversity of thought and diversity of opinion on these boards. And I've asked that to take place before, and my calls have gone ignored. So I'm going to vote against Stephanie and Ben, not because they're anything but the most wonderful people and wonderful citizens of our community, but because we need to start putting folks who are truly citizens, who don't fit any of these stacking of what we're doing here, by putting planners and architects and realtors back on here. So I'll vote for Ashley and Aaron to get back on the board. But I think that we need to start thinking about having other folks who come up with diversity, ideas, and positions on the design review board.
Councilmember Parker, Saccharin, and then Appel. Parker,
I already spoke, so
no,
does someone?
Councilmember Saccharin.
Thank you, Mayor. My question before we start debating some of this, and you all know my feelings around BAR, so what is the application volume? I mean, are we picking from a slim few? Is this all we have? So that helps me determine my comments and feelings. If we're not getting many folks applying, then this is what we have. If we've got a large plethora of folks, Councilman Sheed, then I could see your point. So I guess I would like to know, what the volume is on the application side.
Thank you, sir.
I could tell you, Councilmember Saccharin, that
Councilmember Appel has the floor right now. Councilmember Shade. Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to first speak to Stephanie Tillerson. I mean, I just happen to know Ms. Tillerson. She's an extremely intelligent, knowledgeable person when it comes to planning and zoning and the different functions of local government. And, these are quasi judicial boards under South Carolina law. These are not policy-making boards. People's feelings, thoughts, opinions, preferences, things of that nature are way down the list in terms of what's relevant when it comes to serving on quasi judicial boards. What you're called upon to do on a quasi judicial board is apply the ordinances we adopt to specific matters that come before the board. It's a job that requires expertise. It's a job that benefits tremendously from having professional backgrounds. That's why not just the city of Charleston, but almost every jurisdiction I work in across the state has similar requirements for board members. And when you have politicized, policy-driven boards, you get sued, and then we get in trouble, and it has to come to us. And this is what happens. It happened and has been happening in the town of Mount Pleasant for a long time. They have recently tightened their requirements to get on their boards, and they have been staying relatively out of trouble of late. And so I just want to offer that opinion. These are not policy-making boards. These are quasi-judicial boards. I share a lot of the same concerns Councilman Saccharin has about what we're telling these boards to do. That's our job and decision. But once those boards are impaneled, it's a very narrow role that they're supposed to play, and they get into trouble when they stray outside of that, those parameters. And the more professional, the more expertise we have to bear, the better these boards are. I had the privilege of serving on the BZA for years with Lenny Krawcheck, who was appointed by Mayor Gilliard, to tell you how long he was on the Board of Zoning Appeals. He was a zoning and real estate attorney. He had massive experience and expertise, and it helped him do a tremendous job on the BZA. So I would just put forth that idea. But I mean, we got to make it an open process and have as much of a pool as possible. But these are not policy-making boards. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think that was originally, why I brought it up. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all reappointments. No one new. We did have an application pool of 3 additional members that were new that had applied. I think to not take those into consideration, that's where I draw the issue, is where we're appointing them, but we're also taking, we appoint them as a body, but the mayor is placing them on the agenda as the appointments. That's really where I take issue with it. And ultimately, I was hoping to have more of a discussion if we want to take that into consideration, where we take the whole entire pool and this council decides. I think that's a clear objective. I don't know if, how, that's not how it's been done in the past, but, and again, I just go back to geography. That's, and let me say that everyone that is volunteering for these boards, I mean, thank you. It's a thankless job, I'm sure at times, but they are a key component of the development and certain revitalization efforts in all of our districts. So I think it's really important to have voices from each district, and just make sure we're making the decisions in these appointments with that all in mind.
Councilmember Gregory and then Councilmember Shea.
An answer to Councilmember Saccharin, and it's really not an answer because I think it's a good question. I mean, but my question is, what kind of outreach and marketing do we do to attract folks to participate on any of these boards? Because I do think that goes to Councilmember Parker's issue in terms of trying to make sure that there is diversity. And by marketing and outreach, I'm talking about citywide, which would potentially address some of the issues that and concerns that Councilmember Parker is articulating. So my question, Mr. Mayor, is what kind, and again, this is old. We've been here before. We've been talking about this for quite some time. And I think that there was a list or something, Mayor, that you guys had developed that you sent forward for folks to look at in terms of who might have applied that may not have been selected. Because I think that was also one of the requests from Councilmember Parker, that we'd like to see the full panoply of everyone who wanted to participate but may not have been selected. Do we have that information?
So it's on our website.
I thought it was,
Yeah, and
okay.
it's available to the public and for council members to see.
Okay, and the way we do the outreach and marketing for these vacancies.
Well, we don't
do
have
that on
any
the
paid
web.
marketing.
I don't mean paid, but not paid. I mean, I guess we use our website and what else? How do we get to the people other than our website?
Not a lot of marketing, I'll be honest with you.
And I think that goes to Councilmember Parker's issue. You can't get the kind of diversity geographically and otherwise if we don't do that kind of marketing, whatever it is. Yeah, I agree with you, Councilmember Ross. I mean, no, I'm talking about Ross. Councilman, you can still call me you can call me Dudley. It won't matter. But I just don't know quite how you get there when we're talking about volunteers. Because if they don't volunteer, what's the city to do? Is the other side of the coin. But if we've not done the kind of outreach to attract, then perhaps we will never get the best and the brightest even, because we haven't done the marketing. And I know we won't get the geographical diversity that Councilmember Parker is talking about without some kind of marketing. Just for the record.
Councilmember Shea.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at, our agenda, that on the paper agenda, and I'm looking at what's online. And this is again, an issue that I brought up before. Ben Whitaker on my paper agenda is listed as a citizen seat. and this may be, or maybe out of, he's listed on the memorandum that we got as an architect seat. And to Councilmember Pell's point, when these boards are created by ordinance, there is a specific scheme creating the membership of this board, of these boards. And we see them on several other boards throughout the city and commissions that we create. The idea is that you do put certain people on the board who have a certain type of expertise, either in planning, either in architect, either in landscaping, whatever. And you want those folks on there because they have the expertise to understand some of the nuances of the issues that may come before that particular board. However, the ordinance is specific to provide for these citizen seats, and the purpose of those citizen seats are to provide for diversity of thought and idea. Several of us, right, the three of us right here, including Councilmember Seeking, are very used to jury trials. And in jury trials, we select by the plaintiff, the defendant, the state, the prosecution, and defense. 12 people sit on a jury to make a decision, to vote on a decision. Those folks, if it's a issue on construction law, are not 12 people who are versed in construction material or contracting and things of that nature. If it's a medical malpractice case, you don't put 12 doctors or nurses or medical technicians on there. You put citizens on that jury. It's the same principle being used here. We're hurting ourselves by not being diverse on these boards. And that's the problem. Because sometimes what an architect may see, a person who is a non-architect or a non-lawyer may look at this thing a little bit differently from a different perspective. Clearly, the applicants who come before here they present their lawyers, they present their architects, they present their designers, they present their other folks, help promote this, and they talk in that language. But the strength of these boards provides for the ability to have diversity on there and not be a professional as an architect or a planner or an engineer. And I've asked for this several times, and I don't know the answer to your question, Councilmember Saccharin, because I don't know how these things are advertised. I certainly did not know or was aware that there were 2 open seats coming up or 2 reappointments. And again, I want to emphasize, Stephanie and Ben are wonderful people. They do a great job. I mean, they really do a wonderful job. And my hat's off to all these folks who participate in these boards. Behind me is Donna Jacobs, who served on the design review board and now is on the planning commission. And there are several people, well, they're gone now, but there are several people here who serve on the West Asheville Revitalization Commission. That commission was designed intentionally to have diversity of geographic diversity, Councilmember Parker, as other parts of folks who participate in that commission. Now, if we continue to put on these citizen seats, people who are not necessarily versed in architect or planning or engineering or things of that nature, we're hurting ourselves by creating a board that's not looking at it from a different perspective. And that's what I'm asking that we do. It is critically important that these boards have a variety of folks who come from different walks of life to sit on them. So I would ask either we defer those 2 appointments and we look for and maybe recruit folks who will fit that bill, who are not engineers or architects or planners to sit on those boards. Because what has happened from time to time, sometimes those boards are not interpreting policy, they're dictating policy. And I've seen that happen on numerous occasions. And that's what we're trying to avoid. Thank you.
Back to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for time, management, maybe would it be a consideration that we just discuss the ordinance in committee? I mean, maybe it's something regarding the DRB ordinance that we need to revisit, talking about geography, talking about, I think there are simple steps we can take to advertise. Thanks to Wes Rattery in our IT division. Again, I'll shout out. He's updated our boards and commissions website. It's supposed to be live, updated live now as new appointments are added and people are taken off. So hopefully that's an easy way for citizens to access that and apply. The county shoots out Facebook messages all the time saying our boards and commissions website, go on and apply, join us. I mean, they're very open in these appointments. But again, maybe we can discuss the ordinance, because looking at the ordinance right now, it really doesn't specify, at least what I can find right now, and maybe legal can look into it, but it doesn't specify geography. It doesn't specify, things like that. And if that's something that we as a body might want to consider, maybe we can do it in committee.
Councilmember Waring, if I may, I think our director of the planning department is online. He's not here in person. And just based on the comments, this board is under the purview of the planning department. I'd just like to see if Mr. Summerfield has any remarks to make. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Robert? you
Yes,
out there?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. The Zoom is not letting me turn my camera on, but yes, my apologies for not being there in person. So a couple things I just wanted to clarify. So to the question from Councilman Shade regarding Mr. Whitner. He is in a citizen seat. He happens to be an architect. So it's not that he is holding an architect seat. He is holding a citizen seat. He happens to be an architect, as one might imagine. Oftentimes these citizen seats do come from folks who are interested in the various development disciplines. And in fact, the ordinances do kind of ask us or direct us to look for people who have a vested, documented interest in development in the city. Additionally, the question that Councilman Saccharin asked with regard to the number of people that we had, Councilwoman Parker had it right on. We did not have very many people apply for seats on either of these two boards in this past year. And because we did have folks that asked to be reappointed, generally, unless we've had an issue that's been brought to our attention with a board member, if they ask to be reappointed, we generally put them back up for reappointment. And that's just customary practice for any kind of citizen board like this, unless there is a term limit associated with that seat. We do have a couple different things we're in the works. As you all will recall, I did present to the CD committee and to the HARC just a couple months ago on this very issue, and we'll have some updates coming forward to CD committee that we would like to make to the ordinance. Councilwoman Parker, one of those amendments does relate to creating some geographic diversity specifically for the DRB. So I wanted to assure everyone, one, we've heard this messaging, but two, these reappointments are, again, these were sent out in February. In November of last year, and as far as marketing goes, we do solicit from every member of council as well as different civic organizations. If they have anybody interested or their membership that may be interested in participating on any of our boards, to please ask them to participate. We can do better, absolutely, in that marketing piece. But we do our best to get the word out when we have vacancies on those various boards and commissions, particularly if they're for either a certain discipline or if there are general citizen seats.
Thank you, Mr. Summerfield. Councilmember Waring.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hear Council Lady Parker on that one. Two, I think these people are already serving. I mean, so does that mean if we defer this 2 weeks and when people want to have around the table additional input with nominations, that would be fine. But the big thing with, I'm not making that motion, I just threw that out for discussion. The second thing is we do need to look at the DRB ordinance. There was an issue with an item that we voted on tonight between Orleans Road and DuPont Road for accommodations. We had to go through extra effort, and I want to thank Mr. Summerfield, who helped out a lot on getting that done. It was dealing with a house that was around about 50 years old. We have 3 hotels, over $100 million worth of development taking place in that same block between Sam Rittenberg, Orleans Road, Savannah Highway, and DuPont Road, two of which are in the county. The primary reason they're not coming in in the city of Charleston is because of the way they look at it, the extra rules, if you will, of the DRB. Now, those are in the district I represent. It's in the unincorporated area. The city of Charleston is gonna have to put up with whatever inconveniencies come or additional volumes with that. And when there's a place for the DRB West Ashley, don't get me wrong, you get up around the Ashley River District and Burns Down and Moreland and all of that, South Windermere, I am with you. But when you get down 17 South to DuPont Road and you're heading further towards Clemson Experimental Station, I've challenged everybody to take that ride. Tell me the historic properties that need to be preserved, because some would like to preserve Citadel Mall. I disagree with it. Well, you laugh, but it's coming up on 50 years old. And if that's going to be the criteria, we're going to be stuck with, we're not going to be able to tear that down and come up with a new open concept. So we do need to look at the design, DRB in a light of we're going to revitalize and take full advantage of this TIF that we're going to be talking quite a bit about in a few minutes. There's a transmission shop that was bought by the Amish store. I think it was a transmission shop. Been totally renovated to a new furniture store. Actually, they left Ashley Landing and bought it, well, at least in a place, I don't know if they bought it or whether they're leasing, but the building they're in, totally renovated, but it's in the county. So nobody comes into the TIF. Revitalization is happening on Sam Rittenberg. A lot of it's not in the city because, in part, and if you talk to the landowners, they'll tell you that. So we do have some work to do on the ordinance, and we need to get to that process. We've talked about it before. You had an issue on Foley Road, similar, Ms. Parker, but the conditions remain the same. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I would respectfully ask that we just take these appointments one at a time, since there's been some discussion about the individuals, and call the question on each appointment if without objection. Can I have a motion that we accept Ashley Jackrell to be reappointed? And a second? Yeah, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, can I entertain a motion? We appoint Aaron Stevens. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, Miss Stephanie Tillerson. And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. And lastly, Mr. Whitener. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Oh, thank you for that concurrence. We will look at our DRB regulations. And I'll just share, when we do that, this might be an example. If y'all want to consider putting term limits on any of our boards and commissions, so that's within our authority to do. I must say about that thought, you wouldn't have had Mr. Krawchak for 40 years, who was like the finest of the best to lead that commission. So, you know, that sword can cut both ways, right? So it will be something for us to consider. Now, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Summerfield. We look forward to seeing it in CD committee.
Great, thank you. So next, we're going to have a brief report, I think, from Mr. Dale Morris from our recent Resiliency and Sustainability Advisory Committee report. Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just briefly, there was a city's Resilience Sustainability Advisory Committee met on June 1st. Strong participation from all the members. It was a very good discussion. I provided two quick updates to the committee members, and one is on the comprehensive integrated water plan that's under development. The team has completed about 60 or 65% of its work on. We still intend by end of September to report a draft plan to city council and city staff, and then by the end of the year, beginning of next year, a final recommendation, final plan. There is a city staff meeting with the waterfront team scheduled for July 12th. So the waterfront team can convey to them the direction that they're going, some recommendations, policy, infrastructure, investment, green infrastructure, land use, all those things. So it's moving along nicely. Any questions, I'm happy to answer those. The other issue I briefed the committee on was the ongoing and expanding heat resilience, heat health work that's going on in the city. So you may recall that in 2019, the city's all hazards vulnerability analysis concluded that flooding, earthquake, and heat were the primary hazards we had to manage going forward. And NOAA tells us that extreme heat days are going to increase by what's going to triple over the next 100 years. And many people don't realize that extreme heat is the leading cause of death from natural hazards. In 2020, the medical district started a heat health effort that expanded in 2021 with Carolina's integrated science assessment for climate impacts and heat that turned into a heat watch in 2022, managed with various partners around the city. And there were 58,000 heat measurements taken on a couple of days running across the city. That encouraged NOAA to ask the city of Charleston to become part of a heat health pilot. City of Charleston, City of Miami, City of Las Vegas, and City of Phoenix are in this effort. That led to some science and some research in the Gas and Green neighborhood last September. The results of that study have been presented to the committee. Very technical information, some of it very important information you ought to understand, and just simply in a matter of time, I will forward to you all the link and the time from that video from the committee meeting. We all can look at this, and I'm happy to answer any questions now or one-on-one going forward. Thank you. And then I think Katie has a few updates too.
I didn't see Katie hiding back over on that side. Hey, Katie.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. So at this meeting, I also gave a couple of sustainability updates. We got our first 2 electric vehicles added to our fleet this spring, so that was pretty exciting. And we announced that we're going to start working on our fleet transition plan this summer with a grant from the federal government. And then I also updated everyone on our compost program. So we have had a lot more jurisdictions join. We're up to 13 drop sites. And our goal this year is to divert 150 tons of food scraps from the landfill. So looking forward to that. Then there were 2 more items. So I've been working very closely with our livability department. We are drafting a sustainable event guide where we're trying to help encourage all the events that are held in the city to be more mindful of their environmental footprint and social equity and helping to support our local businesses and communities. So we basically created an optional guide where folks can kind of go through it and see how they can make their event less impactful on the environment. If anyone would like to provide input on that, I would love to hear your thoughts. And then finally, we reviewed and discussed another draft of the electric vehicle infrastructure policy, which would be a potential zoning amendment. And we are still getting feedback from the development community to improve that. If anyone would like to be part of that process, please let me know, but we hope to bring that to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Dale or Katie from anyone? All right, thank you all very much. Next up, we have approval of a mediation settlement. This is coming back to us with a little amendment. Looks like Magali is coming forward to share the word on this. Magali?
Good evening. Yes, we're back before you with this amended settlement agreement. We have incorporated the language that was requested by council at the last meeting, as you can see in your materials. So we are requesting approval.
Any questions regarding that?
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve in a second. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So next up is our consideration of the options for Sumar Street. I must admit, we're now getting on to 3 hours into the meeting, and would just ask if it would be the convenience of council, since this will probably, take an hour or so, maybe, that we take a little 5-minute break and reconvene to start off fresh with this matter. Does that sound reasonable? We'll take a 5-minute break. And is Eric Coleman? Eric, you're prepared, right? You're gonna make a presentation? All right, if we could get everybody back together, that would be great. We will reconvene, as they say. Councilmember Waring. There's Saccharin and Waring. Come on in. All right, I'd like to declare us back into order. And next up for consideration is in fact a consideration of three options for the Sumar Street redevelopment. This matter came to council, or the matter to move forward with what we now refer to as option one came to us a few months ago. And after much discussion, we asked our partner in the development to look at a couple other options for us to consider. That's exactly what we did and he did. And so Mr. Pullman is now going to present those three options to you. Eric?
All right, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I am Eric Pullman, the West Ashley Coordinator for City of Charleston, as it's been mentioned. We're going to go through the three different options tonight for you guys. This is something that was presented to the West Ashley area on June 8th in a two-part meeting from 5 to 6 in order to accommodate people driving rush hour, just having an open gallery so those who arrived early could walk around, see some of the history of the project, and see kind of a teaser of the three options themselves. There were three boards that had just the site plan alone on them. And then we moved over into the Pearl Theater afterwards for an actual presentation from 6 to 7. That was myself and our development team of Landmark and Leolio. Something I want to point out is that the theater that you see over on the right side is a occupancy of 135 people. And it was standing room only in there for this meeting. So we had a brief introduction by Mayor Tecklenburg, went over the project program, the alternatives, and then kind of how we would fund it. We also did the interactive polling using QR codes. And one of the first things I wanted to go over with the public at this was to make sure that we were still achieving what they wanted to see happen on this location. All the way back, June 29th, 2018 is when we started this process. This is when we first started to ask the public, okay, we purchased this property. We saved it just as you asked us to from a gas station. Now, what would you like to actually see happen here? And so over the course of 31 days, 927 residents responded to the survey. From that, it broke down into these different categories. These were the categories that were on the survey asking, what would you like to see there? We had everything from large format retail. So that would be, you know, your large box stores, to offices, gas stations, civic uses, cultural uses. What came out on the top though of all those was passive green space, small scale retail, restaurants, and then tied for fourth place was cultural location and active green space location. And this really was also echoing back to what we heard during Plan West Ashley, which was people wanted to see a new Avondale and see miniature Avondale spread around the area. And that's what you get when you get the small scale retail and the restaurants and something added to it that Avondale doesn't have, passive green space and a location to gather outside. When we put out the RFQ to see what development team would like to come along with us on this adventure, Landmark and Leolio responded back and they said that they can help achieve this goal with civic function, office function, retail, and restaurant. At that point of the meeting, I asked the public who was in attendance, do you still feel like these are the correct program elements? Are these the correct activities to take place on this site? We got 71 votes out of the 130 that were there. 90% of them said, yes, this is exactly what we want to see here still. So from there, we went into the redevelopment alternatives. We wanted to reiterate, this is kind of our idea board that we came up with. This was vetted through neighborhood leaders during just prior to us entering into the design review phase. And this is different elements that the neighborhood said they liked and wanted to see replicated at this location. So civic lawns, outdoor dining, rooftop dining, outdoor activity. And that is how we moved into option one, which at that point was the option, now option one. And what this did was orient all of our open pedestrian and active space into a nice corridor that would parallel Sam Rittenberg. So that way you had people would be sitting in this pedestrian alley, protected from the noise and vehicles moving by on Sam Rittenberg, but then opening it up onto the letter D there, which is the open passive green space, and bookended by the civic building, A, B, and C. A being a city office tower, B being a assembly space, C being the support space for the open green, as well as that internal assembly room. And for size comparison, when we're talking about that assembly room, it's a little hard to see on these slides, but it quotes it at about 514 person occupancy. That would be standing occupancy. If it was to be more about a seated presentation, the way we're doing this tonight, that would be roughly 250 people could be fit in there comfortably, a little bit more with standing room only. Here's the massing. This is a massing that was run through the West Ashley Revitalization Commission. Again, they were the ones who said, we want to see the commercial activity up on Sam Rittenberg, not along Old Town. And we also want to be suburban in scale. So that meant having 2- and 3-story heights at the maximum. And that is what we got out of this. We have 2 bookends of 3-story heights, and then that alley has 1- and 2-story. And then the Civic Assembly building comes up to be about 1.5 stories, more or less. Here's what the view from Sam Rittenberg and Old Town. This would be as if you were driving onto Old Town Road coming in from the Cosgrove Bridge area. What you see is the city office building on the right side. The left side behind the palm trees would be your assembly space. And then all that area right there where you see the pond, that's actually an SCDOT right away right now, but our plan is to go to SCDOT and negotiate to secure that. Right now, it's just an open, green, kind of depressed area. There was a bunch of scrub growth in it for a long time that we cleared out, but we would like to see a nice civic style water fountain, water feature come in here. Here's Sam Rittenberg looking down. And so with this one, what we wanted to point out was that you have the 2 bookends on each end of this. You have private office spaces down here with the gray cylinder that you see as a above ground water cistern as part of Charleston Rises, which was a requirement that we put on this site to comply with Charleston Rises. It's our own green building initiative. And that says that you need to accommodate stormwater above ground, below ground, and also educate the populace about what's happening with it. And that's part of that. And then in the middle there would be restaurants and retail that, again, that would kind of face into the pedestrian alley. Here you have a view of the open green space that's in option 1. Restaurants overlooking the green space. So that way parents can be having a snack, talking with friends up there while their kids are playing down on the green lawn. Here's the entry into the underground parking feature. One thing that we heard during the West Ashley Commission meetings was that the public did not want to see any type of above ground parking structure. They felt like that would not be appropriate in this location, but they still want to see all that activity on site that would generate the parking need for it. So that is what generated the concept of going underground. And then researching it further, we realized that we could apply Dutch dialogues to this, and we can use this space, which would take up approximately 2/3 of the underground area. We could use that as emergency water storage during named storm events. So moving forward, option 2 keeps the same program. And what it does is, instead of having the parking be below ground, it's now in a vertical parking deck that would be on site. This one does, again, it meets all the criteria. However, what we did in this one and option 3 is remove the city office component and focus more on the open space around it and achieving the auditorium, as well as retaining some open conference rooms. So that way we can host meetings out in West Ashley. If you ever do any type of development work or community outreach work with the city, you know that in order to meet with someone, you typically have to come down to 2 George Street. This would allow us to actually come out to the community in terms of city staff. In addition, those conference rooms would be available for neighborhood meetings, Boy Scout meetings, you name it. When it comes to the parking deck, what you see here would just be a general massing to give you an idea of the style of the deck. We would be having to research and apply cosmetics to it to make it look less like a parking deck, more like what we are used to in the city of Charleston. We probably have some of the best hidden and best masked parking decks in the area, and we would be applying that out here as well. Here would be that same view on Sam Rittenberg and Old Town intersection. You can see now that on the right side would just be a 1-story building that would still contain the conference room area. And then on the left side would be your city auditorium. In the middle, an open breezeway instead of an enclosed breezeway, since there's no longer a need to have vertical movement with the elevators. This would be a look into the open green space that we have, retaining very similar on the right side, the architecture and features that were on option 1. The difference now would be actually having some buildings to, again, screen that parking deck from inside the green space and help it feel more enclosed and more of a urbanized area. And then option 3 was generated. Option 3 looks at surface parking only. So this would be your standard development pattern. And what happens with this one is, in order to accommodate all the surface parking that would be necessary for any activity on this site, we end up essentially rebuilding right on the footprint of the former Piggly Wiggly. And it has to be 1-story structures. That's all that this site could accommodate in terms of surface level parking. Very much the same building on the outside. On this one, though, the square footage for the civic building is cut roughly in half. Same with the size for the conference room. And then here's your internal courtyard, 1-story buildings, very subdued. So when asking the attendees there again, what did they think about this? What option would they put forward? 72% said that they still wanted that underground parking garage. That got them the level of activity that they would like to see. Here's those 3 options side by side for you guys, so you can just kind of compare the different massings and how they look. And this is all in your packets. I can read through these numbers one at a time. What it really comes down to are those 2 columns that say square foot difference from option 1. So in option 2, the biggest difference is that we actually lose the city offices. So we're down about 7,600 square feet. And then the big one is the difference between option 1 and option 3. And on that one, you can see across the board, we have dramatic square foot reduction, elimination of the private offices. We're now down to very minimal in terms of restaurant, 9,000 square feet for restaurant. Most of it is the civic conference and assembly space, and then 1,400 for a coffee shop. So again, breaking down the numbers just more generally, option 1 has 244 spaces above and below ground combined. Option 2 gets 253 spaces in the deck. And then option 3, the most that this site could hold was still being active would be 152 vehicles. More of the same information, just breaking it down again. And then you can kind of see up and down there what the different square footages mean with those massings. And that is the presentation.
All right. So we have these 3 options for us this evening for consideration.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Shade.
Before we take any further action, can we have a summary from our legal department as to our obligations with the current memorandum of operation between Landmark and the city?
Sure. That's a good question. Yeah, I think we'll just see if there are any questions among council first. along that line. So they have the question. and-
She had her hand up first.
Yeah, we need to answer Councilmember Shade's question first, and we'll come Councilmember Parker.
So under the current terms of the MOU, if option one is chosen, I would be back in front of you, probably at the next council meeting with a development agreement and a lease option agreement. And we would move forward under the terms of the MOU. If we opt for option 2 or 3, we would likely be terminating this MOU. However, Landmark has agreed to fold that money that we would owe, which is 600 and I should know this number in my sleep by now, $683,500 into the costs of option 2 or 3. If we vote for none of these options, then we would write a check for the 600,000+. Does that answer your question? Okay.
So just to set the tone, I would say that what we're doing tonight is setting the direction for which option we would like to proceed with. In each case, we'll have to come back to council at the next meeting with a revised memorandum of agreement with Landmark and a development agreement specifically to move forward with any one of the 3 options. But we're doing what council asked us to, give you some options, and let's have a good discussion about that and see which option we'd like to move forward with. So Councilmember Bowden and then Shealy. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Parker, you did have your
That's
hand
okay.
up a minute ago.
That's okay. Just the cost. I know there wasn't a slide for the cost of each option. I know I asked earlier, is it just what you sent to us previously? Are those the numbers? Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Bowden, and then I saw Shealy and Appel. Councilmember Bowden.
Sorry, tell me again what your plan was for this conversation. I just wanted to do it in sort of an orderly.
I would I would respectfully ask council to choose an option tonight as to which path we would like to pursue in any of the 3, as council just Mr. Copeland just mentioned. We'll be coming back to you surely at the next meeting if it's option 1, because so much is already, so to speak, in place. With the other options, it may take us a little longer because we're kind of setting the clock back. Option 1, I don't know if he mentioned, has DRB approval already, TRC approval. It's much closer to being able to go under construction and to get a building permit. And on 2 and 3, these are conceptual designs, and we'd have to really rely on Leolio to re-engage with Leolio to get a more develop those concept, and then go back through DRC Design Review Board and TRC and a normal building process.
Gotcha. Well, I'll make a motion to direct staff to prepare the necessary documents to build option 1.
I'll second it. Okay, terrific. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Sure there is.
Oh, Councilmember Shealy. Yes.
That graph from the original, from the graph with the posts in it, I guess, from the big survey. Yeah, we could go back to that. Keep going.
Which side?
Yeah, keep going. He's
There we
almost
go.
there. There we go. Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. We only had 2 answers where more than 50% of the people desired something in this survey. One being small scale retail, and the other being passive green space. Now we have restaurants that are pretty close at 49%, so I could give you that. when we look at office space, 9% of the surveyed people said they would like office space here. So I would say that 91% of the people that surveyed did not want office space here. Now, we can even go to civic space and say 22% of the people surveyed wanted a civic space. So the reverse of that is 88% of the people surveyed did not indicate. I'm sorry, 78, my math's bad, sorry. 78% did not want the civic space there. You know, and I guess what sticks out to me is more people said they'd rather have a gas station than have office space here. You know, when I looked at that, when it was presented at the real estate committee meeting, I said, why are we presenting office space if people don't want office space? Because clearly over 90% of people surveyed do not want that. Now, we also had the meeting at the Pearl Theater, and you said it seats 135, I believe?
More or less, yes, sir.
So standing room only, so you think there may have been 150 people there? Okay, so only 72 voted. And we heard Miss Miller, I think it was, Miss Ruth Miller. I got a lot of phone calls like that. Not only phone calls, I went Saturday and to Charlestown Landing where Councilmember Shade had a public meeting. Eric, you were there, but afterward I was outside and I had 4 ladies come up to me and say, I didn't get to vote in that. I didn't understand what they were doing and I didn't understand the vote. So, and all 4 of those indicated that they would not have voted for option 1. So if 72 people out of 150 voted, that's less than half. Now we heard that there was overwhelming support is the word that we heard for option 1. I think the number of votes would be somewhere around 51 or 52. 52 votes. Okay, 52 votes for yes. So that's 52 votes out of 150 people. To me, I don't count that 30%, 33% as overwhelming support for option 1. I've gotten a lot of phone calls on all kinds of things here. I guess my issue with option 1, we're going to spend $23 million. If I really felt like there was overwhelming support, you know, maybe we lean that way, but $23 million, I think, is that the right number for the, or is it 45 million now for the underground parking garage? So for the whole thing, yeah, but the parking garage portion, I believe we heard somewhere was $23 million. Is that correct? You know, so we're going to bond this out and we're going to pay this over years and years and years and years and years. And listen, we need to spend $46 million in reinvesting in West Ashley. But underground parking garage, if it's not an overwhelming amount of people that want that, then we don't need to spend the additional $23 million or the total of 45. I think Jason actually said, Jason Ward said 46 million in the real estate committee meeting, 45 to 46 million. That's an awfully big expense when not everybody wants that. And we could take it. I believe if we had $46 million given to this city council today, I don't think that we said, you can use that $46 million however you want to revitalize West Ashley. These 3 plans would not be the plan that are on there. But that's what we have is $46 million on this option 1. It's a big cost. And I'm saying West Ashley's worth it. We need to spend that much money, but not on this. Now, I did want to ask Jason, I think he said in the real estate committee meeting that it was going to take a lot longer to build this underground parking garage than it would these other things. Now I'm hearing, okay, we got to go back through DRB and things like that. But from my understanding, it's going to take a lot longer to build this underground parking garage than it would for option 2 or 3. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Ward, you want to come forward and address that?
Yes, Councilmember Shealy. That is a correct statement. I don't have the actual days and/or weeks, but based on the city process that we've gone through already on option one, I can promise you it'd be shorter than that in the savings of time. So we would still be well ahead of performing on the other options 2 or 3. But you're right in a sense that building an underground garage versus paving asphalt on the top of, the site is a shorter duration. So if that answers your question.
Okay, and I believe you had indicated that we don't have to go back to start from scratch with option 2 or 3, because there's things that we already know about this site that's not going to change, stormwater and things like such as that.
Yes, so it's a little harder to answer, but that is a true statement in a sense that let me say this, we will be going back to the starting line. But things like survey data, geotechnical data, the geotechnical analysis for our structure, all of that, I'll say research and due diligence has been done. So it'll be a little bit of a faster track from a standpoint of getting a surveyor out there or having a geotechnical engineer, bore the site and give us that geotechnical data so that we can design the structure. We will have those savings, but, just hopefully I'm answering this right, but we will be back at the starting line if we were to go with options 2 or 3. The city process in itself, we don't have, there's no real good way to modify our plan to that extent without going back to the starting line.
Thank you. So, just to share, I do think when you have all these options out there, that different folks have different interpretations of what.
Mr. Mayor, I think you need to use the microphone.
Yeah. So, like, for example, most people, when they think of mixed use, they think there's an office component along with retail, sometimes even residential with it, if it's a real mixed use. So, a cultural at 44%, you would assume that there's some place to have that cultural event, which would be our civic space. So, I mean, some of these are a little interpretive, including, I think, the office space, but we'll come back to that, I'm sure. Councilmember Parker, and then Councilmember Rappel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly on the underground parking. Obviously, again, I'm not an engineer, but correct me if I'm wrong, but we could building this, sustainability wise, what is the stormwater impact? I mean, we just saw in Ways and Means, we are approving millions of dollars for our pump stations and things like that. I'm just feeling like there would be a lot of additional money needed once this project began. And if I am wrong, correct me. But that is certainly a concern that I have, not only for, sustainability reasons, but infrastructure. And if we as a city are going to be tasked with building and maintaining this, I think that's something we really need to take into consideration.
Well, we'd certainly have to maintain our own building like we do for all our buildings. From a sustainability point of view, I think on water management, it would be pretty well done, so to speak, with the design and infrastructure. Our current stormwater regulations, of course, require that we do no harm to anyone else. In this case, we're going to do a lot better by the extra requirement that Eric mentioned. What was the name of that little buzzword for the sustainability of the design? You used it.
Again, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Charleston rises. Thank you. Yeah.
I apologize not to cut you off, but again,
Yeah.
I think my question more, I do have faith in our city's stormwater team, but I think the thought was the cost.
The cost.
The cost could, could creep up in advance on us.
Yeah. We'll have the cost of maintaining the buildings, that's for sure.
Building it.
Guaranteed maximum.
Buildings.
It might be helpful, Jason, to explain the guaranteed maximum price.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I think other council members had their hands up first.
I was trying to address Councilmember Parker's question, which I believe was in order. Jason, would you like to try to address that question?
Sure. I think I understand your question. So our approach to construction on this process, we define them as a GMAX, a GMP, so it's a guaranteed maximum price by our contractor, which means that they are taking the downside risk for any cost that may be incurred for delivering the project above and beyond what is in the plans. So we can hold them accountable to that. It will also be bonded. So therefore there's a completion guarantee and all those other things. Now, there's always, some risk of something not being on the plans or something that, I mean, I'm just being brutally honest, but it may be a hardscape feature. It may be something else that we want to improve along the way. Obviously, they would not be on the hook for that if it's not, on the plans, but that's how the city is completely insulated and protected from cost increases, cost rises, or cost overruns. The general contractor, carries that burden and owns that risk.
Thank you. Councilmember Appel.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on option one. And I think I want to start my remarks by kind of taking a step back and talking about what we're doing here and what we're trying to achieve. This project comes directly out of the West Ashley revitalization process, Plan West Ashley, and years of community engagement, outreach, and support from the community. And the way I've always viewed this and what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a spark for West Ashley revitalization. This is supposed to be the domino that gets the dominoes rolling in West Ashley and creates a cycle and virtuous cycle of reinvestment and revitalization of West Ashley. It's a big plan. It's aspirational, but it's ultimately about delivering what West Ashley deserves. We heard a minute ago about Avondale and how wonderful Avondale is. I'm fortunate to have Avondale over in District 11, at least half of it. And it's a wonderful place. And it's one of the main reasons why neighborhoods like Avondale, Burnsdown, South Windermere, et cetera, are so popular and thriving. And so we're trying to create that throughout West Ashley, has been discussed earlier. And, a real world analogy to what's this project is, option one in my mind, is the workshop downtown on Upper King Street. Now, the workshop is no longer in business, but the operation is still very much alive. You've got Juan Luis, you've got Edmund Zost, and you've got this green space out there. And if you go there on the weekends, you'll see families and people having a great time being outside. It's a community gathering place. And I think that option one facilitates that vision in a first-class manner over in West Ashley. And before getting into some comparisons to this model here locally, I want to talk a little bit about what we do as a state in the state of South Carolina. We are, as a state, have long embraced a policy of the public sector leaning in with partners in the private sector to encourage, stimulate, spark economic development, growth, and things of that nature. There's a little airplane company in North Charleston called Boeing. They didn't come here due to free market forces. They came here because South Carolina wrote them a check in conjunction with the county and the city of North Charleston and others for hundreds of millions of dollars in public subsidy and direct tax payments. And that's great. Boeing has been wonderful for this area. Just this year, our legislature invested $1.5 billion in direct state government handouts to Scout to relocate their operations in the Midlands. I can promise you every I is not dotted and every T is not crossed in that deal. The electric car industry may never work and get off the ground, but the legislature in Columbia thought that it was worth taking that risk and leaning in a bold and aggressive way for the future of South Carolina and its economy. So there's a precedent for doing this. We're talking about doing something very similar on a much, much smaller local level. Neither the Boeing deal or the Scout project are what the private sector sitting alone would accomplish. It's just not the way it is. Looking closer to home, City of Charleston, you cannot throw a rock downtown without hitting a successful public-private partnership. And we can point to the Charleston Place, we can talk about the Gilliard, we can talk about the low battery. That's really not a public-private partnership, but it's a significant project that we've invested in a first-rate manner. The Credit One Stadium over in Daniel Island. I was in the first class at Bishop England over on Daniel Island in 1998. There wasn't a whole lot going on out on Daniel Island, but Mayor Riley had the vision that when the Family Circle Cup, if that was what it was called back in the 90s, they wanted to move from Hilton Head. Mayor Riley had the vision, we're going to build a tennis center on Daniel Island in just the middle of the woods, in the hope that that, among a lot of other things that the city committed to and leaned into, would spark the redevelopment of Daniel Island and bring Daniel Island to what it is today. The city and its partners contributed $15 million back in the late 90s. I don't know what those dollars are in 2023 numbers, but I submit it's pretty significant. And a common thread among all of the public-private partnerships that the city of Charleston has done, almost all of which have been downtown, is that they've been done in an absolute first-class, top-notch manner that defies pure, brute private economic forces. Okay, if we were trying to do the low battery project and save 20%, several millions of dollars, we could have probably used slightly inferior stone. We could have skimped on some features here, skimped on some features there, but that's not the attitude we have at the city of Charleston. We didn't have option 1, option 2, option 3 for the low battery, or for the Gilliard, or for Charleston Place. Or I can promise you we didn't have as much of a show about it as we've had over Sumar Street. I can promise you that. And the point of it is, I support and think every single one of those public-private partnerships I just mentioned on the peninsula have been wonderful. These are all things that I've either supported or would have supported if I was on council at the time. So let's get down to one of the main points of contention over option 1, the cost. $23 million for an underground parking garage. It's been said that the private sector would never do such a thing. It's been said that it is way too expensive to do something like that on the site. I am going to bite that bullet. It's true. The private sector would never give us option 1. We know what the private sector thinks about that triangle. They think about it as a gas station. And it's not just this one single site. What is typifying redevelopment in West Ashley these days? Car washes, gas stations, things of that nature. For us to bend the arc of the future of West Ashley, we have to lean into West Ashley the same way that Mayor Riley leaned in the redevelopment and revisioning of Charleston through the Charleston Place and countless other examples. We have to be bold and provide, because without boldness, we're going to continue to get more and more of the same in West Ashley. This is expensive, but it's reasonable. We can afford it. We have the funds to do it. And it's a commitment and investment, not only into the future of West Ashley, but the TIF, so that we reinvest and move forward with option 1. We get some redevelopment on Ashley Plaza, and we start the dominoes rolling. That's the vision. That's what we're trying to do. Change is not going to happen on its own. As our predecessors that sat in these seats did over the years, the Charleston Place, the Gilliard, and countless others. It's time for West Ashley now. It's time for West Ashley's time in the sun. And my appeal to my colleagues is, let's not apply a different standard to West Ashley. Unfortunately, that's been the attitude that's been applied to West Ashley my whole life. And it's time to change that. We can send a strong signal, not only to our constituents, but the entire region, that West Ashley is serious about revitalization, that we're putting our money where our mouth is, that we're leaning into a bold plan and measure for the future of West Ashley. So this is the plan before us. There's a lot of good ideas in the abstract, but this is the plan before us. Let's get it done tonight. I hope we can have everybody's support. Option 2's got to go back to the DRB. The DRB might deny it and say, we think above ground parking garages are ugly. There's no guarantees with any of these other measures. As has been observed, there's no guarantee option 2 may not end up costing more than option 1. by the time we go through the crucible of going back to the drawing board and going through these various review processes as well. So, you know, we've seen what's happened with projects like 526 over the years. When government kicks the can down the road, all that happens is prices go up and things get more and more complicated. The planning has been done, the work has been done, the community outreach has been done. Let's get it done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gregory, and then Mitchell.
I'm not sure whether or not you're asking for Mayor Riley as a visionary back based upon all of the things that you just articulated. However, just a couple of things. The first thing is I think everyone around this table wants something spectacular west of the Alps. There's no doubt in my mind. Mr. Mayor, there's more than 3 options, there are 4. The 4th option is to do nothing. Okay, so there is a 4th option. I think that the way we're going about this is not quite the way I would recommend. I think we need to be much more comprehensive and not work in a silo. And I think that's what we're doing with this project. I don't think that we could move forward without having extensive discussions with Faison.
With who?
Public spoke. Faison, okay? It's nonsensical to me not to be engaged in a conversation with them, particularly as it relates to parking. As I told folks when I had my one-on-one, if I went over there, even if you had a parking garage, I would park on the Publix parking lot and walk across Sumar to the place. That's what I would do. And I think that we need to get engaged with Faison to talk about parking and doing a partnership, perhaps, with them for parking, because they're going to have to do something about parking as well. And that frees up the entire space to me. We keep talking about the majority of West Ashley wants this. Based upon what I looked at, 52 people in West Ashley voted for this, not the majority of West Ashley. And I've been hearing that all night long. 52 people recommended option 1, just so we're clear and that we're not being disingenuous with the public. The majority of people in West Ashley did not vote for this. 52 people did, based upon my analysis of the number. Second, have we done a market or an economic analysis to determine the highest and best use? When I had my economists working for me and folks submitted these kinds of applications, that's one of the first things we did, is to make that determination. But we're saying everybody wants, and I'm gonna take my 10 minutes today, everybody wants a civic center. That's not what I get from these numbers, not the way I analyze the numbers. And Mayor, maybe you're right that when we talk about mixed uses, perhaps that's included, but not necessarily at all. So I think we need to be much more comprehensive in attempting to do something world-class west of the Ashley, because they deserve nothing less. I don't feel I see world-class yet, Mayor and Council. I don't see it. I mean, we talk about Charleston Place and have no idea how that happened. That is a public-private partnership. And yes, I wish we were a little HUD, because if we were a little HUD, we could build a Charleston Place like HUD did. That's a HUD project, UDAG project. And the city received program income. Come on, don't be comparing apples and oranges, because that's what we're doing when we start comparing it with Charleston Place, the Gilliard. They're totally different. Totally different. And yes, I want something west of the Ashley. I'm gonna keep saying it. That's world class. $45,000 may not be enough for what I'm talking about. 45 million may not be enough. And I really don't know, because I have 3 options. That's all I have, Eric, is 3 options. Are there any others? Are there any others that might show it as just green space, like the people said they want? I'm just asking the questions because we said overwhelmingly west of the Ashley wants option 1. Have they seen an option with just green space? Passive green space? With some activity for families and children? Have we seen that option? We don't. And I think 61% of your sample said they wanted passive green space. So I don't think that we're being fair to the residents of West Ashley. I really don't. And we keep going for this downtown, west of the Ashley. Mayor, I gotta say it. We are one Charleston. One Charleston. And we, as representatives of the people, should make that so. Instead of getting up here because we disagree and start lambasting each other. It's horrible. I've been on this council 14 years, and I'm telling you, I haven't gotten everything I want. And the remainder of my tenure, I'm sure I won't either. But I'm not going to attack any of you. As a result of that, I think West Ashley deserves more. I'd like to see something that tells me what is the highest and best use for that property. I've not seen that. And maybe there has been a marketing analysis. I haven't seen it. Shouldn't I see that? Shouldn't I see something that tells me what is the highest and best use for the property before I start deciding on what I'm going to put there? A survey is fine for the people, but I think that we need to talk to the people in terms of what our marketing analysis shows would be the highest and best use for the property. Why didn't we see an option with just green space and maybe a civic space? I'm just saying, there are just too many unanswered questions for me. The money is not the issue. I just want to make sure that we protect the dollars that our residents have given us to be responsible for. So all I'm saying is we are one Charleston. If we don't disagree, I think that's kind of good because we all agree to be boring as hell in here. But I do think that we owe West Ashley more. And you guys, you know, I understand that it takes a long time to get anything done. Jason, how long did it take us to get the garden? 3 or 4 years? It takes time if you're gonna do it right.
Speaking of which, you're right at your time.
Well, Mayor, speaking of time,
That's
let's just make sure, okay, that you don't get more time than me. Okay? And I'm not trying to be
I'm happy to abide
rude,
by that.
but I understand, but we all are supposed to be recognized. Okay?
Absolutely.
And given a turn.
We got all night.
Okay, I got all night tonight too, Mayor, okay? But what I'm saying is, in terms of point of order, okay, technically, you're not supposed to speak again until every one of us had an opportunity. That's an advantage. That's what I was talking about a little earlier.
I do get to conduct the meetings.
Yeah, you can conduct the meeting,
Yes,
but
sir.
there's a difference between conducting the meeting and continually putting your comment and your issues on the table. And when we do, Mayor,
I'm happy for you to, time my total comments
No, no, no,
regarding the
it's not,
matter.
it's not.
And I'll limit myself to
just
the
a brief-
same
I know
10
we're-
minutes of you.
I know,
as you.
I know we're talking a point of
Point of
order,
order,
Mayor.
your 10
We're
minutes
talking-
is well past
Mayor,
up.
Mayor,
So I'm going to call on
Mayor,
Councilmember
don't be
Mitchell.
rude. I'm trying to
I'm
discuss
not
a
being
point of
rude. I'm
order.
trying to follow
This is
the
a point
rules.
of order.
Order.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And what I'm saying, Mayor,
Please finish
as a
up.
point of order,
Please
okay.
finish up.
would you allow each one of us, okay, to have our say before you continue to do so? That's all I'm asking.
I've got to at least call on you.
That's
I got to
all.
conduct the meeting.
Yeah, you can conduct. the
Thank you,
meeting, but
sir.
Continue to do.
All right.
more.
Point of order, well taken. Councilmember Mitchell, then Councilmember
know,
Gregg.
Mr. Mayor and colleagues and people who are sitting here tonight in this chambers. You know, I'm a little applaud what's going on here today. I'm the longest councilman that's sitting here. I was here 20 years plus. And I have seen a whole lot of changes and some of them is good and some is not too good. I've seen some get things and all the rest don't get anything at all. We talk with West Ashley. Sure, I want to see West Ashley at the best. I got a lot of family live in West Ashley. A lot of them. North Sherwood, Ashley Hall Plantation, all over West Ashley. I've been in the city of Charleston here, and I'll say it, 75 years. I've been here all over the city of Charleston, lived all over the city of Charleston. Some of you all come here, my colleagues, don't even know really the city of Charleston, what it's all about. We are sitting here and we're discussing things and we are talking, even Daniels Island. Who represented Daniels Island back in 1997, 98? Right here. I did. How much homes was there? 15. And I got moved out of Daniels Island and moved back downtown. I fought with the people in Daniels Island to keep it there with 2.5 units per acre, the Goonstown Foundation. I had lawyers come down from New York to fight me to stop me from doing it, but I got it done. There was a gentleman sitting in that first seat there by the name of Bob George, who worked 100% with me to keep that going. And I fought that area. They brought all the attorneys from New York to fight me because they wanted more. They wanted 5 and 6 units per acre. I said, not on my watch. I fight hard for communities. You come in the city of Charleston, ask anybody in the peninsula, so to speak, ask anybody how a council member fight. When I'm out here at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't say my colleagues have to do it because they're not out in the community as I am. I'm out there. So I know what's going on in these communities. I drive West Ashley also to see what's going on. But even with this parking situation, parking garage, or whatever you want to call it, when it first came up and they talked about underground parking, I didn't change. I said in the beginning, no. Didn't stutter about it. One thing you'll find out but me, I believe strictly in the Most High, and that's the way I carry myself. And that's what I get my information from. I get touched by that. The reason why I was saying no, I said parking garage underground. I go to a lot of different cities when we travel. They got underground parking, but they don't have the water level problem that we have either. We have Cosgrove Avenue there. When you come across Cosgrove Avenue, the bridge there, what you see on the side of you, right and left. Water. We talk about sea level rise and all these things. Who knows if the water gonna rise and come on down the San Martin Boulevard and fill up your underground parking garage with water. We don't know what's gonna happen in the future. You gotta look at a vision. And that's why I spoke about having the park garage built, a garage built. And a lot of people, oh, we don't want the garages. Oh, we don't want this. What do you have in the peninsula? Parking garages all over the place. So you can have parking because we need parking. We are supposed to be good stewards of the money that we are supposed to be handling for the constituents of the city of Charleston. And that's all I'm about, not giving away and using the money because we can sit here and say yes or no, because it's not money coming out of our pocket per se. But long range, who's going to hurt in the long range? Because we're not going to be sitting here always. We're the people in this community, and I'm not here to hurt no one in the community or to run other people, run everybody else out of the community who cannot afford to stay here, as we are doing already. And I've seen it every day. The peninsula, we are fighting. Oh, West Ashley. Oh, it's one It's not no West Ashley, Charleston, and the peninsula Charleston. It's the city of Charleston, period. And I get very angry when I keep hearing people talking about, oh, we don't have this over here. We don't get this over there. When it all started out, where did it start from? Right here in this peninsula. This was all about it. Charlestown, go back to the history and check it. And these places was annexed into it. But we still serve West Ashley a whole lot. West Ashley gets some things. I'm gonna tell you, West Ashley, James Island gets some things, Johns Island gets some things. When people come here and fight to say, oh, we want to keep Johns Island rural. Gone. Johns Island's not rural anymore. I call it urban. And that's why they'll keep hearing me saying, my family go back 350 years on Johns Island. When it was everything was dirt when I used to play over there. But, you know, so when they talk about city of Charleston, a lot of people can't tell me about city of Charleston. I've been here all up and down these streets. Even in the peninsula. We talk about Peter Shade, talk about King Street. I work in every man's store on King Street. On my junior year in high school. And that been in 1964 and 65. How many of you all been here doing that? Know anything about King Street? You heard about King Street. So history changed and things change, but we got to make sure when we do changes, we do it right and do the best thing we can in making these changes done. And that's for everyone who live in the city of Charleston. Not a few, but for every individual that live in the city of Charleston. And I keep telling Mayor and everyone else, my kids do not live in the peninsula city of Charleston, nor West Ashley. Why? They can't afford it. If I hadn't bought my house 40 years ago, I couldn't afford it either. So we are looking at things and doing things, but we are forgetting about some other people too. We're talking all about self. And I got a problem with people that's talking about self. We want this, I want this. It's not about that. We got to put all this together. We got to work together on this. This is for everyone who lives in the city, everyone working in harmony and peace. And I always fight for harmony and peace. So I hope we would come together one way or the other and find a solution. It might not be tonight, but we can find a good solution to make sure that West Ashley get the best wherever we're going to put on that Piggly Wiggly site. I was here doing that when they even when Piggly Wiggly moved, when they tore it down, I was right here. Sitting right here in the same seat. And say, what are we going to do with the site when the city purchases? I said, why the city purchasing that anyway? We don't know what we're going to do with it. And it sat there all these years. And then now in a few months, we came up with a plan and all right, rushing on through. We talked about what's going on, but never came to realization what should be there at the site and what's the best. That's my dilemma on things. So it took us all 8 years, 9 years, 8 years to do it. But it still is not, so we cannot say this is the best. But we should give West Ashley the best, so they wouldn't feel like a stepchild that they're not getting anything over there and the peninsula is getting everything, but they're not. Because I'm still flooding myself to death. So we're getting some things coming down. I've been flooding myself to death when I've been going to school here, walking through the water, going to school. You know, so the peninsula still have not gotten what they should have gotten years ago. In the 20 plus years since I've been here and sitting on council, we're still fighting. But it takes money, revenues, and the state level. We talk about the state level. They don't like Charleston, so that's why we get the little bill in the end. But we'll go to Greenville, Spartanburg, and I said it. Yes, they get it. Because our representation that we have, they don't fight like they should fight. So we have to go and fight with them to make sure they do their job, that we can get things down here to make it better for the city of Charleston. And you can tell them, they can tell them, they know I don't bite my tongue, I tell them myself too. And they know I do. So people, we need to be together and look for the best. And don't fight and just say, oh, this is what we want. I want this. Come on. This is the best thing for us to have. It's the best thing for the West Ashley to have, is this is the best project, period. If there's an alternative that can still be the best thing and get what we want, what you need, West Ashley. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Boy, where to go from here? So I would just start out by saying, I think the hyperbole associated with the project has been a little tough to take, both by the Post and Courier, by others in the community. It's just been a bit much. Landmark, I think we gave you an impossible task. Go take all the stuff on that graph, build 63,000 square feet on a 3-acre site and figure out how to park all the cars. That's not something that we would ask the private sector to do. And we asked you to do it. The idea that government can come in and spend $45 million on a 3-acre site and transform the thousands of acres across West Ashley, I think is a bit naive. I don't think that's going to be an effective use of $45 million if the goal is to revitalize all of West Ashley. At the end of the day, we have a fiduciary duty to be responsible stewards of the citizens' money in this city. And I understand there are different ways to pay for this with the TIF, with parking funds. But at the end of the day, this is still money that we are responsible for being good stewards of. I asked the folks at Landmark, I've tried to learn as much as I could about this project so I could understand the numbers. And here's what it boils down to. The building that the city would own, potentially, will cost us $880 a square foot if we don't include parking. If we include parking, we're over $1,700 per square foot. The buildings that have commercial tenants will be $408 per square foot, $388 per square foot, and $384 per square foot. If we convert those into lease rates, the city's lease rate would be $81 a square foot. All the commercial tenants could have lease rates of $35 per square foot. We are burdening the city portion of this project with all of the site development, with all of the parking costs, so that we can subsidize commercial tenants in this space. That doesn't make sense. We should not be subsidizing a Starbucks or a brewery or a restaurants or retail. That's not the job of city government. A few other things I want to add. This will deplete the entire TIF. We talk about redeveloping West Ashley. This takes all the money in the TIF and puts it into this 3 acres. We talked about there's no money for streetscapes. There's no money for sidewalks. It all goes to this site. This is putting all of our eggs in one very, very, very small basket. The idea that we wouldn't blink an eye if this were downtown, I think is not fair. I think if you ask me, I give this level of scrutiny to all of the money that we spend in this city, or at least I try to. This is a big, big dollar item. I've heard about parking decks and surface parking. Parking decks, we have multiple parking decks on Daniel Island. I don't think that you all talk about how nice Daniel Island is. I don't think that parking decks have become an eyesore on Daniel Island. I've got another question, and we can get to this later, but I haven't heard whether we actually need city office space. I heard we need a civic center, but do we need city office space in this building? I don't. Typically, I would think that we would do a study to determine how much office space we need and then build according to that. The tennis center, we brought up the tennis center on Daniel Island. That was a bold vision. I would disagree with the fact that that's what encouraged the development on Daniel Island. What brought the development on Daniel Island was when the port decided not to build the Global Gateway. That's when the development on Daniel Island took off. But look what happened to the tennis center. The tennis center was falling into the ground. If it were not for Ben Navarro, a billionaire, investing his own money in that tennis center, it would be a dilapidated structure right now, and we would have no use for it. We are not good at being landlords, in my opinion. And I don't think we should start another project where we're going to be landlords. Again, I think we need some justification for this office space. I don't think that we should be subsidizing commercial tenants as a city. I think if we want to move forward, this should either be simply a civic space. If we need the city office space, the site should just be used for that, or we need to convert it, sell it, put a deed restriction on it, give it back to the private sector, and have them figure out the best use of this property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Bowden.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody's thoughts on this, and I'll add a few more. I'm a little bit at a loss at how we all sat in this room, listened to public comments, got the emails that we got the written comments that we received. By my count, over 80% in favor of option one. We're not the private sector, we're government, by the way. We didn't set out to make money off this site. We set out to deliver something that our constituents asked for, deserved. We actually set out to make it not a gas station. If we want the highest and best use, it's probably a gas station. Well, that's, and you'll get your turn. June 8th, you can complain about the methodology and maybe it's not ideal. I was in that room. I didn't vote because I didn't want to put my thumb on the scale. So it's one less person in your count there. 72% in favor. It's not close, not even remotely close. We can ignore that. We can. And we can go back to the drawing board where the cost of doing whatever it is that we want to do, whatever it is we ultimately do there, has gone up since the beginning of this sentence. But what we're not going to do is say that we are not ignoring West Ashley, because we are. And we should just be comfortable with that decision if that's what we're going to do. And we should go look our constituents in the eyes, for those of us who represent folks in West Ashley, and say, you know what? We wanted a concrete slab there for longer because we didn't really engage in the process for 6 years and we're surprised by what we got. And now we want a new plan that nobody can offer specifics. What are we going to do? Take it back out, form another committee? I grew up in the Baptist church. I know a little thing or two about committees. They don't work. Okay? We've gotten the feedback. What are we going to do? Get the feedback again? We've got something, when they started talking about 526, do you think that the people in the room who deferred the first vote on 526 and said, let's study it more, you think they thought that all this time down the line, 526 wouldn't be built? I'm guessing they did not think that. But here we are, still debating the same daggone stretch of road that they were debating back then, and what's the price done? Every few years, it gets so big that we just stop talking about it. We've got money in a TIF. We will have money in a TIF. to use on West Ashley revitalization, by the time this body can come to a decision, rather than having engaged in this process that has gone on for 6 years, that money is not going to go even remotely as far as it would if we just make a decision today. If we commit to the vision that our citizens have asked us to commit to. We are not the private sector. We are the government. We have a responsibility to use people's taxpayer dollars in ways that they ask us to use it. We're not elected to dictate things to them. We're not elected to second guess what the vast majority of our citizens are telling us. At some point, we just have to listen. The DRB, Councilmember Waring, is onerous enough that it's driving development to the county. We've got to get something through DRB. How quickly is that going to go? And maybe, but we've been talking about that for over a year. How's that process going? I would love that. Okay, but in the meantime, citizens in West Ashley are looking at the same slab of concrete that they've been looking at for 10 years. I was at the meeting on June 8th. Y'all can deny that the sentiment in the room was overwhelmingly in favor. I was there. It was overwhelmingly in favor. And y'all can laugh and dismiss it, but you didn't show up. I came here tonight to vote for option 1. I'll vote for option 2. We've got to get something built in West Ashley. We've got to deliver. But what I'm not going to do here is say that we need to go back to the drawing board and pretend that that's really what our citizens need. What our citizens need is for us to do our jobs.
Thank you, Councilmember. Would anyone else like to be heard? Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen, for all of your comments. I really applaud y'all in West Ashley for really, I mean, we know you want something great in West Ashley, as do we. I might represent James Island, but we understand we're sometimes stewards of everyone's money in the city of Charleston. But just a real quick question. I know we keep talking about options, option 4, option 5. Listen, I completely agree that something needs to happen. But I think it was brought up earlier, why haven't we been given the picture with the Publix lot and possibilities there as far as just the private sector doing something out there? And 2, I think I asked in CD committee a while back, if we were to just sell this property, I know that was something that was brought up, that it's been discussed. But something that I don't think we've discussed enough is why can't we, we're the owners of the property. Can we repackage this, rezone it, create a PUD? I mean, are there possibilities like that to where all of us at this table, all of you in West Ashley could be in agreement that is a possible way to, come to a conclusion here where everyone's in agreement? Again, is that something y'all have thought of? Is it something you want to discuss? Is it something the city planning department can put together? I know I'm looking at you, but it's sort of just a question.
I don't think I took my full 10 minutes. I'd love to answer. Those are great questions.
Question for the body. I just think for me personally, there are great options here, but I do think that there are a couple options that we haven't been, at least myself, not being on the committees and not being on the revitalization. Are there other possibilities? One, not just being us, obviously being stewards of the city's tax money, but also that in full transparency that people of West Ashley and everybody understands that 45 million can be used for something else in West Ashley. If we can somehow repackage this Sumar Street property for the private sector, but still kind of engage, get all that we want out of it. The facade, there's no doubt. It's beautiful. The pond, the entrance with a city office space or civic spaces, if that's what people are needing. It's wonderful. Is there a way? I don't want to put planning on the spot either, but is that a possibility? Or even a desire? I'm not trying to add more to the plate here, but is it even, something that you wish to pursue? I don't know who that question was for. I apologize. It's again, as a body, and if no one has a response, that's fine. Apparently, that's not, but I don't want to put anybody on the spot either.
And what was the question again?
I mean, just those, I know, sorry, just those additional options. I mean, being, presented with some other additional options, can the city repack it? I mean, maybe I will ask, can I put you on the spot, Mr. Morgan? Can I put you on the spot?
I would just
Summerfield.
respond that that's what we did by bringing you these other options. Council asked for, please don't count this against my time, Councilmember Gregory. I'm just trying to answer the question. Okay, I'll let Mr. Morgan answer the question then.
Can I put you on the spot?
We
or no?
brought these options back because that's what the council requested. And when you got a site that size,
Mhm.
I mean, you're really boxed in by what you choose to do with the parking. You
Can-
got to meet the parking requirement.
Can we as a city rezone it, reconfigure, create a PUD, whatever, package it up with a bow and sell it to the private sector?
Please allow Councilmember
All right,
Appel.
so I represent a lot of private developers navigating the process. She asked me a question. Remember how
I'm
you
sorry,
responded to
I'm
this
sorry.
question?
I'm
Like,
just-
we're doing the same kind of thing. I mean, this is really good information because this is something I've heard from folks, and Councilmember Parker raised a very good question. Why doesn't the city just put some zoning on it, put it on the market and sort of try to get the desired outcome that way? It's not how private development works. No private developer is going to be shoehorned into zoning that they don't want. It's almost unheard of for the government to put a PUD in place on property and then sell it to the private sector. Private sector is the one that's going to want to move forward with their own zoning, their own plan. So we cannot change market forces by fiat through regulation. I'll agree with my conservative friends on council about that. That's just not how private development works and things of that nature. The market, if left to its own pure devices, is going to produce what makes market sense. We've got one test case for this site. It's been a gas station. There's other example. The TIF has been in place in West Ashley for years. The TIF is not performing. The private sector is not performing. Citadel Mall is stagnant. I mean, we need the shot in the arm. So it's a great question, Caroline, but the way the city ultimately controls what happens on this site is through a public-private partnership. That's the only way we get things like a civic center and green space and fountains and things of that nature. Because to Councilmember Gregory's point, none of those things make market sense. You want to know what's not highest and best use? We don't need to commission a study. Green space, fountains, civic space, and government offices ain't highest and best use. There's no way Faison or any other market participant would do that. So, well, that's just common sense. That's 1,000% common sense. There's no way green space that produces no economic revenue, or like a food truck rodeo, that ain't gonna. So anyways,
All right,
I
one
hope
at
that
a
answers
time.
some of your.
It did. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Parker, were you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Shade wants to be recognized.
Thank you. We are all right and we're all wrong. We're at a philosophical crossroads about how government's supposed to function and how local government's supposed to function. And we're gonna make a decisive vote tonight as to how we as a government function in our society, in particular in our city, and more specifically in West Ashley. The one person sitting in this room who's got the most vested interest in this property is me. I live in Northbridge Terrace. I come out on Southgate Road every morning, every hour. I look at that piece of property. The folks behind me, several of them, live nearby and have invested into the revitalization of West Ashley. When I ran for the seat in 2015, my platform was that West Ashley has been neglected and ignored. that we weren't getting our due. We weren't getting our attention that we needed. I came up with the idea of the West Asheville Revitalization Commission. We had some heartburn about it initially. We got it passed. Then we had some heartburn about creating, hiring a company, do a study that came up with Plan West Ashley. And to the astonishment, I think, of everybody in the room, we passed that plan unanimously. And Plan West Ashley became, or supposed to become, the blueprint for revitalizing West Ashley. And some of it has been very good, and some of it's been very stagnant. We were at this crossroads of how we're supposed to proceed with the redevelopment of West Ashley, and particularly this redevelopment of this 3-acre lot of land. Not all of y'all were present, but most of my colleagues there, Councilmember Mitchell, Gregory, Waring, and myself, when the 20-pump gas station was proposed. And the one thing that galvanized West Ashley was that threat of a 20-pump gas station. Getting anything else done by consensus as West Ashley has been a struggle. I'll give you some examples of it. We struggled to study the redevelopment of the suicide merge. Half my constituents did not like the first plan. The second half didn't like the second plan. The county said, forget it, we'll just come up with our own plan, and that's what happened. Because we couldn't come to a consensus on this thing. And so the county's just dictating pretty much how we're going to redesign what I call the suicide merge. Because we didn't have a consensus. If anybody here tonight thinks that that June 8th meeting was representative of West Ashley, and I have to disagree with you on this, Councilman Brown, it was not representative of West Ashley. It really wasn't. Y'all, Councilmember Shealing, Councilmember Dudley pointed out the disparity in those numbers. That was not representative of West Ashley. Don't vote for or against any of these options based on what happened on June 8th. Please don't do that. Because y'all got the numbers, y'all seen what happened in there. Following our meeting here in April, when we deferred the decision on what to do with the initial plan of West Ashley, it was very loud and very clear that this council was not going to support that option. It's pretty much what we have today in option number 1. And the mandate that this council gave to the administration to go forward was, and I'm paraphrasing Councilmember Gregory, something grand, something spectacular, something big. So option 1 is a redo of the original option. Option 2 is not going to get my vote because we put enough a monstrosity of a garage up there, and option 3 doesn't do anything at all. You're not going to have my vote on option 2 and option number 3. As my math teacher once said, simultaneously together at the same time, the vote that we had on, or the decision to defer, was the plans going forward with Ashley Landing and with the Faison folks. Now, remind you that Faison was a property owner that had the Piggly Wiggly site that was willing to put a 20-pump gas station there. And we had to wrestle that property from Faison to do that. Soon after this meeting we had in April, I convened a meeting in which I call my coffee and conversation with Peter. I've been doing it almost monthly for the past 7+ years. Some of the meetings, not many people show up. On this particular meeting, I called it intentionally because of the vast confusion between what folks in West Ashley were hearing about Ashley Landing and the plans for Faison had with Ashley Landing. And let me tell you something, there was an uproar. I mean, to tell you an uproar about the idea, and Councilmember Shealy and Councilmember Waring were present with me at that meeting in February of this year when Ashley Landing, Faison was talking about adding residential units at the current Publix location. But Faison has saw what we're doing here and is planning $150 million private investment in Ashley Landing. Probably the single largest private investment in West Ashley since probably the Citadel Mall was built. And they doing it, because I've had the conversation with those folks. They're looking at what we're doing on this site and I'm moving forward with those plans with the idea that we're going to do something with that. Josh Dix, who's still here, came to a meeting that Councilman Bowden brought up and said, for God's sakes, please just do something over here. Because the world is waiting for us to do something. So at that meeting I had in April, I've had about 150 people show up. And on your desk, this nice gentleman who came to the last meeting we had talked about this fourth option. And I said at that time, and I say it again, that option one was dead. Because y'all were very clear. You colleagues were very clear that this option was not going to be something you were going to consider and pass. You didn't have the votes. And I said, we could go back to the drawing board and come back with something. So we've got the product of sort of a revised original option one, and then the option two with the garage option three that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, which is not really much of any of a choice that we have. Councilwoman Waring has been consistent with his criticism of these plans. I can't remember the initial, but sometimes I took some of that criticism quite personally. I can take it, Councilman Waring. And he and I were together yesterday at the blessing and dedication of St. John's Cemetery. If you didn't read the paper today, I don't want to go over the details with you about that. But it was a very important blessing of an area that was just reflective again of this government's disdain for minority members of our community. Even in death, there's no dignity there. But as we were chatting, I asked him, I said, how long did your dad sit in the seat? I think 18 years. And all I could think about at that point is that while Councilman Waring has occupied this seat for 3 terms now, his collective knowledge of West Ashley, so I would suspect, Councilman Waring, that you sat at your dad's footstool to talk about West Ashley with 30 years of probably community institutional knowledge about this community. Yeah. So I always wondered about the criticism you had about that. And I think part of this is that we understand historically that things getting done in West Ashley are difficult. And I think that's probably what is in Councilmember Waring's mind. Get consensus on anything in West Ashley, to get money spent on West Ashley, to have vision in West Ashley, to have leadership in West Ashley has been difficult to come by. And to get something that we all agree on. Now, just as unscientific as the June 8th meeting was, my meeting in late April to make a clear distinction of what was taking place in Ashley Landing and what was on the table on Sumar Street, I can tell you that overwhelmingly, those folks who attended that meeting did not want option one. Because
Respectfully, your time has passed. Could you wrap up, please?
I'll try to wrap up in a few minutes, but I think I would have, Mayor, since it's my backyard, a little indulgence on this, please. I'm going to vote for option one. That I'm going to answer Councilmember Dudley's question. There is another option, Councilmember Gregory, as to what we can do. And Eric, can I ask you to do me a favor, please? If you go back to that slide and show something that looks like this. Just like, I'll wrap it up with that, Neil. I thought I saw it on the board. This is the presentation that you had.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't remember that one being in there. I just need someone to pull it up.
Councilmember Shea, which one do you want to display?
No, just
The,
this right here.
yeah, the overview site.
That
plan.
would be the Civic Design Center's. plan
Civic
that was
Design
part
Center.
of the RF.
Right,
you
I don't think it
RFP.
was.
And
in
I'll
tonight's
wrap it up just,
presentation.
Mayor, just a second.
Yes,
If
sir.
I can just get that pulling it up and I'll stop. Are we getting it?
Thank-
It was part of the package. Well, let me just, while we're waiting for that. I said earlier in my comments that we were at somewhat of a philosophical crossroads on what we want to do here tonight. And the function of what this property is supposed to do. We have an option to include a civic center on this site. And the civic center is a government function, it's a purely government function. There's a place to hold meetings. There's a place for the design review board to meet. There's a place for neighborhood associations to meet. There's a place for us as city council to meet from time to time, because this building, with these big meetings, becomes somewhat obsolete. It also speaks volumes that the city's investment in this particular part of our city, in West Ashley, would speak volumes, because the only investment that we have in West Ashley tonight, today, and tomorrow are what we traditionally think about government services. We've got stormwater services, we got streets, we got sidewalks, we have parks, we have playgrounds, we've got a forensic lab, we have fire stations. The city has yet to invest into something of a magnitude of this with a civic center that would enhance this community. It would also, to the points that y'all have pointed out, Councilmember Shealy and Councilmember Gregory, provide for that green space that we're looking at. And to provide for a place for the farmers market in West Ashley to be visible and be active. That's another option. If we vote down option one, I don't want to leave this chamber tonight with nothing on the table, because not doing anything, quite frankly, is not an option. Doing nothing and voting this down and not moving forward to an alternative along those lines, which I just spelled out, sends a very clear message to the community of West Ashley and to the city of Charleston that we're inactive. It sends a very clear and distinct message to our investors, our stakeholders in West Ashley, that we're paralyzed and we can't do anything done. That's the philosophical crossroads I think that we're at. If this option one passes, it's going to be by the slimmest majority that I think we'll ever have on city council, by just maybe one vote. If we vote this option down, and you have to have 7 votes to vote it successfully. Let me rephrase this. If we vote it down, because you have to have 7 votes to approve it, I'd ask you to consider this other alternative, which would be to include this civic center, have the parking on site, redo Sumar Street, provide the green space that everybody's talking about, and not do anything that precludes our opportunity to further engage a conversation with Faison as they proceed on how they're going to develop Ashley Landing. And I think that would come to a very grand idea and show the community our level of commitment and seriousness to developing and revitalizing West Ashley. Sorry, I spent too much time, but I appreciate the indulgence to give me more opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Sackman or Brady, would y'all like to be heard? Waring?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to belabor a lot of the points that were made tonight, but some of the things is I will be brief. Just some general thoughts. I understand that the proposal is not perfect and that, you know, folks are talking about the parking garage and taxes and not being transparent. And we're sitting here talking about who opposed it, didn't oppose it at these meetings. For me, at the end of the day, some of these issues are aspirational, visionary. And I think it is important to listen to our constituents. But I think Councilman Appel and others that have been around have articulated tonight Charleston Place. I'm sure there was opposition to that. I can give you one great example that I was intimately involved with was the Ravenel Bridge. I was a director for a nonprofit here, working with students, and the original plan for the Ravenel Bridge did not have a bike lane, pedestrian lane. And people said over and over, it's going to cost too much money. And the group that I worked with, as long as environmental groups got together and said, this is a vision for the next 10 or 15 years. We understand that it's going to cost additional money, but this is what it could be like. Take a ride over the bridge any day. And what do you see? I think our role as politicians is not just to listen to our constituents. It's to also think about what our constituents are not aware of and not on the horizon about. Sometimes it's predicting things and making tough decisions. And I'm willing to have that conversation with my constituent that disagrees with me on this issue, because at the end of the day, it's not about today. It's about 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So that's what I've took from tonight's conversation. We could sit here and debate all we want about the costs, and it's important. We can debate about the parking, and that's very important. But sometimes there are issues that come on our desk that require us to think about things in an ambitious and visionary manner. And tonight's one of those issues. So I think people are dug in. I'm not sure where the vote's going to go, but I'm certainly supportive of option one. We owe it to the folks that have spent 6-7 years on this work. And I do think it's disingenuous for us to sit here and second guess that work at this point, because a lot of it has been volunteer work. Countless hours of volunteer work on their part to get to this evening. The last thing I do want to mention is that when we talk about the highest and best use, you know, that's a financial question, right? And I would argue that the financial and best use for a lot of land across the city is not building affordable housing. Certainly not. But we step in as a government entity. We step in as a higher moral. We step in when we see that the market forces do not direct us what we need to do. And this is where I see this. So will not the TIF, will not this create a situation where the domino will fall? We've made it clear. We've got a TIF right now. It hasn't done a damn thing. It's time for us to step in and help revitalize West Ashley. And this might not be perfect. And I've said that this is not a perfect project. But in the absence of an alternative that is strong, that is visionary, what are we doing? Kicking the can down the road because it's an election year? I'm not running for re-election. So I can say this tonight with full transparency. And I can say this tonight with a full heart. It seems to me there's a lot of jockeying going on in this room for political favors, people running for mayor, not running for mayor. I don't care. I'm not running. We should be doing what's best for the entire city. So when we say one city, yeah, this is not perfect. It's not a perfect plan. But we owe it to the folks that put the plan in front of us and not to send it back to the drawing board. So 3 years now, come back from now, another $20 million added to the cost. We should do what's right because we have to sometimes think about the future. And this is one of those cases. And this is one of those, clearly for me, it's one of those cases where I'm ready to take a vote for option one. And if I have to talk to a constituent and get emailed and yelled at by my constituents, I'm fine, I'll take it. Because I have a firm belief that 10 years from now, my children, Councilman Bowden's kid, who's going to eventually be at that age, Ross, your daughter, like they'll be hanging out. They'll be at this place. So those are my comments. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought long and hard about this. So I prepared some remarks earlier. And the debate about the old Piggly Wiggly site has been going on for far longer than I've clearly been on council. And Councilmember Saccharin, I am running for re-election. And arguably, it has been the most public input on any project in recent memory. I mean, I've served on the West Ashley Revitalization Commission since I got onto city council. And we've talked it a lot there. We've had citizen participation there to talk about it. We've even had Faison present about their plans, as West Ashley Chairman Shahid mentioned. But one constant has held out, and that is that people in West Ashley, one, myself included, are sick of looking at a concrete slab for the past 6 years. And two, regardless of the different uses, they want the site to be a true gateway to West Ashley, given that it sits at the junction of two major transit corridors. So I did what I think many of us do. I've gone and sought input as well from my constituents. And the most constant refrain that I hear from people is that West Ashley is worthy of investment, that they've seen their money go to plenty of projects downtown, but it's time that where they live gets something. Not to go be Confederate Disneyland downtown that everybody gets to take pictures of. They live in West Ashley and they want to see investment. And you know what? It may be a dirty little secret, but they're not wrong. As has been mentioned tonight, the city has notably invested much public money downtown, Daniel Island, all around. And most, if not all of that, has been for very worthy projects, many of which I have proudly voted for, because I believe that Charleston is the crown jewel of the Southeast and should be able to both serve its residents and its visitors. The public-private partnership that is proposed for option one creates the first significant civic space in West Ashley, as we've noted. It allows for outdoor concerts and gatherings and starts the revitalization of an aging corridor filled with shopping centers that maybe in the 70s, how they were designed with parking in front, retail in the back. In the 70s, it made sense, but it no longer fits in with modern, smart suburban design. In addition, the funding for this project will come from a tax district that can continue to grow as more properties are redeveloped down the Sam Rittenberg corridor. So it is not the everyday homeowner bearing the burden of this revitalization effort. Because of that, I logically get asked by folks, why can't city council come to a consensus and invest in West Ashley, where the majority of us live? It's simply not because we don't want to serve our constituents. I don't believe that. And it's not that we don't want a beautiful gateway near the point that the city was actually founded in 1670. I don't think it's that. If that were the case, though, this project would not have languished in development purgatory. Instead, and I will echo Councilmember Saccharin here, the answer is far more sinister and I think far more cynical. It's politics, plain and simple. You see, I think the calculus might go something like this that goes into denying a generational investment. There are some members around the table that have personal disagreements or just plain dislike for the mayor. And in a functioning democracy, it should be normal to question authority. It should be normal to have disagreements. But politics should stop at the water's edge. And that is unfortunately not what has been happening here. Instead, petty squabbles, resentment, and personal animosity are threatening to derail the most significant generational investment in West Ashley's history. You see, politics is supposed to be the art of the possible, not a cynical squabble that alienates citizens and leaves them with a distaste for local government, which will last far longer than this generational investment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Pullman, can you come and put the shot up there that shows the splash fountain and the green space and all of that at the Pacific Cretin box site? You know, almost 7.5 years ago, for the young people on council, Mayor Tecklenburg, at that time, John Tecklenburg, asked me to come and endorse him. I had just gotten reelected. He was in a runoff with Representative Stevenakis. And I believed in his vision to revitalize West Ashley. And the film is still there with Channel 5 and Channel 4. I came to the microphone and I endorsed John Tecklenburg at this site. So the part about politics and dislike, Councilman Brady, I respectfully highly disagree with him. We will. This has been in the mayor's office for almost 6 years. So when you talk about the ugly concrete slab, standing committees had absolutely nothing to do with this. It was his private baby. He's used it as a utility lot. When we had storms, we took the branches and the leaves and the debris and we piled it up at this site. That's a fact. That wasn't a vote of council. That was the mayor's decision. You wasn't on council, but they wanted to come and practice. I don't think you were. Practice for Carter to practice. You were there. Okay, so you voted for it. For Carter bus drivers to practice driving street, right turns, left turns, backing up. Again, a utility lot. That was approved by the leadership of the mayor and you. You're talking about politics? This is coming down to the council members that Mayor Tecklenburg helped to get elected and the ones who won independent of the mayor's support. That's what this is coming down to tonight. Okay, and that's the ugliness of this because West Ashley is hurt. The reason I put this picture up here is I want you all to look at the splash fountain. And I want you to look at the greens, the civic lawn that's there. I listened to Councilman Appel and Bowden, I don't know, 2 months ago, and they talked about, you know, the Pacific, I call it Crate and Barrel, whatever, boxing barrel. I actually went up there last Friday with my wife doing happy hour, and it was packed. But when I read in the paper about a splash fountain, that's not world class. I want better for West Ashley than that. The problem is these people have been shown less than, and that's all they've seen. Councilman Gregg spoke about facts, not politics, the financial facts of the matter. And that went right over all your head. It doesn't matter. It is a wonderful privilege to be the fiduciaries over other people's money. One thing I will not do to my constituents is I will not lie to them about spending their monies. And none of these presentations that was put on by Mr. Poston, Mr. Pullman, the mayor, it's been a campaign. That's the election. It's been a campaign. It's not been fact-based when it comes to those costs per square feet that Councilman Gregg spoke about. That wasn't part of the presentation. Ms. Wharton, would you come to the microphone, please? Every time it's come to the finances of this project, you all should have whiplash. You turn around and you ask the developer. You never ask Ms. Wharton. There is not a better steward of the city's money with a higher degree of integrity than Ms. Wharton. The developer has profit built in. We have a wonderful procurement department. Mr. Cooper's integrity is second to bar none. That procurement department has been set aside. The developer took the plan with the mayor's support and got it approved through the DRB before it came to us. That's sole source. That's what that is. You don't get competitive pricing with sole source selection. There are a lot of wonderful stakeholders in here. There's a lady in here, I hope she's still here, Ms. Diane Hamilton. Anyway, she's known me since I've been in elementary school, and I've known her since she's been in high school. She wants this plan. She's a constituent of mine. I love Ms. Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton deserves better than this. The reason so many people was what, 52? 72? 100? Like that plan is because they have not seen the next best thing. We would never do a park on the peninsula with a splash fountain like that. You know why? Because there's nobody with a national reputation that designed it. It's an afterthought. If you think that's an afterthought, look at the artificial turf. At the gateway coming into South Carolina, to the birthplace of South Carolina, we're gonna put astroturf, artificial turf. And we fighting one another to do that? I beg to differ. West Ashley is worth much more than that. If we were to put, it's unfair to say that we don't want to spend money on West Ashley. We would have earmarked the budget and say we want to put 50 million for West Ashley revitalization, that would pass with flying colors. It's a cheap argument to assign that to other council members, and that's what's been done tonight. Councilman Bowden and I were up at the chamber and making a presentation on this, and I made the point that the city shouldn't use taxpayers' dollars, buy property, and a developer not pay for it. Ms. Wharton, on this project, the first presentation you made to us was a $52 million presentation, 45 of which the city was going to be responsible for. In the last 60 days, that's gone from 52 million to 75 million. Can you explain the difference in the increase of that cost?
I don't know that.
So you don't have the number.
I have the city's numbers.
Correct.
Right.
So now we're about to make a decision on option one that the mayor has seen that the details of which has not been given to our CFO. That is not good governing. How much is the developer paying for the land that he's going to build if we were to go with option one? How much is he paying to the city of Charleston?
That will be a ground lease and that will be part of the development agreement.
And how would that ground lease work?
That I'm not sure of because that hasn't been developed yet, but
So in other words, not going to be any lump sum money given to the city.
there was, I think it was $100.
Oh, wow, $100. Well, that's
Right, one time.
But let me point,
Right.
Councilmember Pell, you came up with some great points. Public-private partnership with the Gilliard. Let me tell you how that worked. Because you all wasn't here. We had a wonderful, grateful giver citizen, Ms. Martha Rivers Ingram, who she and her friends, led hugely by Ms. Ingram, put up $71 million on a $142 million project. Over 50%. When the Gilliard was finished, we had no debt. The city got a $142 million project asset on our books for $71 million. This project is not that. When it comes to the International African American Museum, you left that one out. Right. The city of Charleston put in $12.5 million. The county, being a grateful partner, put in $12.5 million, which made $25 million for the local component. And over a period of years, the state of South Carolina put in 25 to match the local component. $50 million on a $100 million project that the city will own 100%. And there've been an enormous amount of grateful givers nationally and internationally to see that that asset will be Charleston's own. Again, no debt. The tennis center. The city put in $3 million towards deferred maintenance, basically. And a grateful giver, one of the best citizens any community could have, count the millions, 40, 45, 50. No debt, and the city owns it 100%. But when Councilman Gregg comes up with facts, that just goes over your head. You're spending other people's money, and that's what politics does.
Councilmember Waring, respectfully, your time.
I knew that was coming. That's why when I spoke about Ways and Means,
Yes, sir.
I knew you would gather me to end because these facts were not presented to people I respect. I respect Donna Jacobs. I respect Charlie Smith. I respect Katie Zimmerman. All right. I respect Mr. O'Brien over there. But these facts, you chose not to give to the people. And decisions, multi-million-dollar decisions are being made because the inconvenient truth was not told. To compare it, Mr. Pullman, to be quoted in the paper that this is Charleston Place, equivalent to Charleston Place, respectfully, nothing can be further from the truth. When the vote came on Charleston Place, you see, one of the things that's happened here, our staff is supposed to provide all of us and the public with accurate information. The politics on this, Councilmember Brady, has been some of our staff has been turned into lobbyists to say that, and please believe me, Eric does an excellent job. Mr. Pullman does. But to compare that in quotes, and I hope the newspaper was wrong, but I don't think they were, to Charleston Place, let me tell you, the vote on Charleston Place was 7 votes for, 7 against, and Mayor Rowley broke the tie. Let's be more colorful about that. 6 African-Americans voted for it, 6 whites voted against it. Mayor Rowley broke the tie with his leadership, and they started calling him LBJ. And it doesn't stand for Lyndon Baines Johnson, it stood for Little Black Joe. That's what happened.
Councilmember, please wrap up.
Colleagues, I'm gonna ask for more time. And the reason I say that, this has been mired in the mayor's office for almost 6 years, 2 years with this developer. I'm gonna vote against it. And I'm going, and prayerfully, if that goes down, then I'm gonna ask for it to be sent to a standing committee, community development, where everybody can have input. Okay? Everybody can have input, as opposed to not only what the mayor chooses to show us. We've been shown what the mayor chose to show us. And my final point is, we're about to vote the next item, on item 2 on the agenda, whether to seek a $70 million bond for parks and recreation. I'm gonna support that. As a matter of fact, I would actually vote for it if it was an issue on the table here, without going for a referendum, because we need those dollars, okay? But with all that plan, and that's almost been 2 years, the mayor hadn't seen to take $5 out of that 70 million and have it identified for this gateway. There's no money identified. How many millions out of that 70 is identified for this gateway? The reason that is because it's been closed shop. Anyway, facts should matter. And when it comes to spending other people's money, you don't do it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did everybody have an opportunity to speak? Councilmember Seekings, are you out there? Would you like to comment? Councilmember Seekings. So thank you all. And I want to thank a number of folks first. I want to thank our citizens. I want to thank. What's the issue? Can you hear me? Testing. Is that better? Okay. I want to thank our citizens for being here tonight and your input over, yes, a few years' time, where, as was mentioned, the most citizen engagement has occurred for this project than any in recent memory. I do want to thank Jonathan Oakman and Jason Ward and Leo Architects, particular. Thank you, Andy, for your partnership in this. You really went the extra mile, particularly over the last couple of months when we asked for extra options. You were already past your budget, so to speak, of what we allotted for the development and due diligence of the property. And you stuck with us, and we appreciate your partnership. Councilmember Shade, I want to thank you. And I want to thank the members of the ward for reviewing this project as you have for a few years to get us to the point we are. You know, and it took longer than everyone wanted. I got to admit to you, we did wait a couple of years waiting to see what the footprint of the property would be because we felt like it would be impacted by the decision of the county and the DOT to modify the suicide merge. They decided to do nothing. So you could consider that wasted time, but we didn't waste time beyond there. And we engaged the public. We came up with a good plan. I think it's a great plan. I plan to vote for number one. Councilmember Waring, I do appreciate your passion on this. I do have one little correction I got to make. And my mother was on city council when Charleston Place came to a vote, and she did support it along with the other African-American members of council and Mayor Riley at that time. And yeah, in a way, this might be a little smaller scale, y'all, than Charleston Place, but the concept is the same. And that's to revitalize a portion of our city. That's what Charleston Place was all about when it was proposed and approved, with a lot of opposition, by the way. But you know, it's ironic with this discussion about the parking, you know, other than funneling the HUD loan to the development through the city, through the LDC, which was provided ultimately by HUD, the money was. The other main investment that the city made to support the development was a parking garage. Now, it just happened in that case that they had a facade of beautiful historic buildings along Meeting Street that they could hide the garage behind. In this case, we don't have that. We have a blank slate. So anyway, it's similar in the way that there is a vision that was set forth by Plan West Ashley, which was engage the public and our citizens for extensive time as to what we would like to see the future of West Ashley to be. And that vision was very comprehensive, y'all. It covers more than just the development of this one site. We talked about land use. We talked about drainage. We talked about many issues that comprise West Ashley. But one specific one was to revitalize the commercial areas, particularly along Sam Rittenberg. And that's what led this council to approve a tax increment finance district. That's what the district is for, to revitalize this area from Sumar Street down to Citadel Mall. Now, we all together, we hope the Citadel Mall would have gotten off the ground with a revitalization. They've done some things there by adding MUSC and some other things, but they got a ways to go. And we've been waiting for the owners to come to us with their development plan to move forward. Maybe the folks in Chicago, they tell us they're going to do that in the near future. I hope so. But we can't let that hold us back from continuing on the other end so that Sam Rittenberg can be revitalized from one end to the other. By the way, I have asked the planning department to put in their budget for next year a planning process where we rethink Sam Ritt as we rethink Folly Road. That same kind of process to think about the complete street of Sam Rittenberg from Sumar Street down to Citadel Mall. This investment, and it is an investment, could lead to that kind of investment all the way down the street to Citadel Mall. Now, I got to share with you that the population of West Ashley right now in the city is 70,680 out of our almost 160,000 residents. That's 44% of the city's population lives West Ashley. With our annexation efforts that I think everybody supports and growth, I predict that our percentage of population of West Ashley to the city is bound to continue to grow. And so I agree with Councilmember Shade completely that yes, we have parks, we have fire stations, we got a forensics center, but we should have a civic center West Ashley. And this provides that opportunity. So you think 50 years down the road, Councilmember Waring, that 50-year test, that this property could provide the citizens of Charleston a place not just to gather, but to do business with the city. We talked about the need for office space. Did you know that our stormwater department is busting at the seams? We can rearrange some offices, move the cultural affairs, the children, the youth and families out of 75 Calhoun Street and provide the space that stormwater and resilience needs in their growth to take that space and allow a few other uses like our customer service center, have an outpost for the permit center, West Ashley. So everybody doesn't have to come down to George Street if they want to apply for the permit for the city. In addition, we have some of our planning department members like Eric Pullman, who's dedicated to West Ashley, and our annexation, Molly, our annexation director, to be in the offices. We need a office presence for the city of Charleston and the part of the city that will contain half of our population. It just makes sense to provide those services to our cities and our citizens, and it can happen right here. In addition, the commercial use, and respectfully, I don't know where the figure 52 million came from. The figure that Jason's been telling us for months and months has been that the total investment would be something like 75 million if you count both the private side and the city side. But to provide a space, y'all, where our citizens can gather, where they can bring their families and enjoy themselves and have a place to recreate and repose and have performances for piccolo and moja, small performances, a Friday night movie, food truck rodeos. Maybe we have the farmer's market there. Councilmember Shealy, your antique car show. These are the kinds of community activities that I think our citizens have been calling for and would like to see there. It's all a part of the vision, West Ashley, that we all together and our citizens put together. It's an investment for the future of our city. It's an investment for the revitalization of West Ashley. I think the point's already been made about the highest and best use, Councilmember Gregory. That's typically financial consideration. So when we talk about places where the city can do its business, where people can gather, where people can enjoy recreation and have a opportunity to use a civic space, you know, it's not going to produce a profit. It's for our citizens. It's for our taxpayers. So I know our minds are probably all set, and I'm not going to change anybody's minds with these remarks. But and I respect everyone's opinion, Councilmember Waring. I respect your opinion as well. And I think our conversation and discussion tonight has been respectful. So let's come together, take a vote on the motion on the floor to approve option one and move forward from there with the best plan possible. I believe right now on the table, it's number one. It's something we can move forward with. It's has the approvals in place that will save us a lot of time. I mean, I hear y'all say it's taken too long. So why turn the clock back and create another challenge for timing, another set of approvals that would need to be done when we already got a bird in the bush? Let's let that bird fly and move forward with the approval of option number one. If there are no other comments or questions, I'm going to call the question for a vote. Motion on the floor is to approve option number one. Madam Clerk, I respectfully ask for you to call the roll. All in favor, well, we'll call the roll. So you say yay, aye, or nay, or around.
Councilmember Gregg. Councilmember Shealy. Councilmember Saccharin.
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Brady.
As a proud West Ashley resident, I vote aye.
Councilmember Gregory. Councilmember Waring. Councilmember Shade. Councilmember Bowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Appel.
Yes.
And Councilmember Parker.
Nay.
Mayor Tecklenburg.
Yes. A tie vote in this city council, 6-6, the motion fails. And so I would entertain a motion that we approve option number 2.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Any discussion?
Let's put a substitute motion on the floor. Put a substitute motion.
We already have a motion on the floor and a second.
No, but if I get a substitute motion with a second, it takes precedence.
Motion,
Get Robert rules on.
there are certain motions that.
Okay,
take
go ahead. Go
precedence.
ahead, take it through.
Yeah.
You, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, pick it.
All right. Like a motion to defer would take.
I
precedence.
withdraw my comments. I'll have my discussion in the body of the motion.
Yes, yes, sir. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Ware, I'll call on you first since you offered to make your remarks.
I said earlier when we discussed about option 1, one of the problems is there's not been a lot of input because it's been mired in your office since we bought the property. The 60 days that went through when we asked for additional options, certainly wasn't any outreach to me. I don't know, I can talk to other council members and say what some other things you'd like to see. And there certainly hadn't been any meaningful conversation with the Faison group that's going to spend upwards of $100 million next door. When we did the apartments across from Joe Riley Stadium, I think there's an 1,100 car parking garage there, 400 of which the city controls those spaces, and the remainder, I believe, is for the apartment complex. It was a public-private partnership. We hadn't even discussed that with Faison. Why would you have 2 parking garages in close proximity to one another? It would make sense to at least have the discussion with Faison if they have any interest in doing a joint effort, thereby allowing more efficient use of both tracts, okay, of land. A developer is not going to supplement, one developer is not going to supplement another developer. So Faison is not going to help to pay the cost of landmark. In part, that's one reason those discussions hadn't been had. So I just want a process that to go forward immediately that involves council, and of course the mayor is a standing member of all council committees. If it goes to community development, we can take some of the information that we already have. We don't have to start from a blank sheet of paper, but we can immediately get into negotiations potentially, because we'll find out real quick whether they have an interest or not. We also have not partnered. The county has told us on a number of occasions they could do more with streetscapes and intersections if we were to partner with them. Councilman Shayade and myself represent an area on Sam Rittenberg that has no sidewalks. In 2023, you go there, I mentioned the Amish store, Sonics, you'll see a cow path where people literally walk through the grass for years. We need to have a process with the county to partner with some of this $45, $50 million. The process right now that we've been in doesn't allow for that. Well, hasn't allowed for that. So I would just want a process to have input from mayor, the county, council, and in particular, developer right across the street. And the reason I say that is we have to slow the traffic down in that area. There's a brand new office building being built behind the new Blue Cross and Blue Shield, renovated Blue Cross and Blue Shield building. If those people want to go to lunch, they got to get in their car. They simply can't cross the street. You have to be Ricky Ticky Tabby to get across the street. The day and time of running through West Ashley, 45, 50 miles an hour in that area is over with revitalization. Slow it down to 35. Make it friendly for pedestrians, bike, and alternative vehicles. So I just want to process, if we go forward, that says we're going to have additional input from council, discussions with Faison, the county, and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I know we have a floor now, but I would like to make a motion because I don't want to kill this project.
Sir?
I don't want this project to die. I make a motion to defer and send it to community development. And it won't die in community development, as you said. Send it to community development and start the negotiation process to try to come up with a comprehensive approach to create something worldwide for West Ashley. That's my motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer.
Second.
We have a second. That does take precedence over the motion on the floor. So would anyone like to comment on the motion to defer? If not, I will. I would like to, oh, Councilmember Mitchell?
No, Councilman Shealy.
Councilmember Shealy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to ask, I mean, during that time, could we reach out to Faison and while this is being deferred, reach out to Faison, see if there can be some kind of parking agreement between the two developments during that time? Then I would be for the deferral if that's part of it.
Oh, that has already occurred, and I'm glad to call on Jason, and I can make a comment to that myself. Councilmember Bowden?
Yeah, it seems like somebody should clarify that we're not doing that because our own ordinance requires us to park our own site.
Well, we are required to park our own site, and Faison, with whatever they do in the future, they're required to park their own site. There was conversation between Jason Ward. You want to come forward, Jason, and share the comments you had with Faison about a shared parking arrangement?
Sure, I'll make it quick or happy to discuss as deep as y'all would like to go. So roughly, generally, I've met with Chris Feder at Faison no less than 5-6 times. And we've had probably 10 to 15 conversations. And those conversations have led us to no firm yes or no. I did ask him for a proposal to share park the site, which he was unwilling to give. Some of this has to do with his own density. If the program numbers that I ran through with Chris roughly, and again, I'm dangerously giving you information that I just want to be very careful about, is that he'll need about 85 feet to keep his apartment density and accommodate the parking for Sumar. His parking garage would grow by more than double, and it's not a great solution. And he already, I don't want to speak for him, but I know that he feels like he's not maximizing his site as well. But the short answer is that it's not a slam dunk is what I would say.
Has the mayor, have you spoken with Faison?
I have.
already?
I've talked
And you got
with
the same.
So the parking garage that we've proposed in option number 2 is 3 levels. It's 22 feet high. And the parking garage that Jason and Chris spoke of what was the figure you just mentioned?
It was roughly going to be about 80 feet. And
80 feet tall.
And I'm remembering it was in a
so-
meeting with Councilmember Shade.
So
that
the
we had
bottom
with-
line was they were going to have to add to their structure significantly if they were going to quote, partner with us. And so, council members, my discussion with Chris at Faison is that he's looking to the city to see what we're going to do, to help determine what his next move will be. So I would respectfully advise us to take some action here this evening. Councilmember Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then what I would ask that you do, Councilmember Gregory, with your motion is this. We want to defer this to community development. Let's give very specific directions on how we want this to be done, which should include that the site be developed for primarily public use, so that you construct a civic center there with adequate green space and the ability to allow these other activities to take place first. And so you have your on-site parking, you have your civic site, and you have your green space. You can do that, and you can pull up, Eric, and it's in the plan right here. It's a civic center plan. You can show that up there. What I'm talking about. But to delay this project with conversation with Faison is going to kill it. And the reason, and let me tell you why. Let me just finish this discussion, okay? Faison is going to do on Ashley Landing in different phases. Their initial plan is to rebuild a Publix where the Dollar Tree store is and the Pivotal used to be, and Big Lots. That's going to take a number of years to get that done, because you got to go through the approval process of having that taken care of. Once that's built out, then they'll move on to phase 2. If we this Eric is right here. This is what the civic design had. It is part of my package.
So in the package you all received, I did skinny this down for tonight. So I didn't overload you guys with slides. So that one is not in what is presented here right now.
Anyhow, that slide, if you can pull, if we had it, then I'm disappointed because what you sent us here is what should have been presented. And that's what I presumed was going to happen. But on that slide shows how you take Sumar Street and you can redevelop Sumar Street. So it becomes more of a not of a pass through, but it becomes more of an area that shows there. You got it and I have it. And you could tie into the Ashley Landing. But please, let's not tie this project up with what does or does not happen on Ashley Landing. It may develop into Ashley Landing and something, but if you develop it with the civic center in mind and the green space and on-site parking, that gives us the opportunity to move forward. Then we can tie in with what Faison may or may not do. But if we tie this in specifically with Faison right now, you heard what Mr. Ward said. They're still walking this process. Now, if we want to refer it to community development for that kind of discussion and moving forward, then I would support that motion.
That's what I suggested. That's exactly what I suggested. But I don't think we should make the sausage on the floor right now. That's why I'm saying we should take it to community development, okay? Have all the discussions that we're having. The mayor is on community development committee, okay? And not going to die in committee. And I have to keep saying that. It's not going to die in committee because it's too important. Okay, so all I'm saying is send it back to community development so that we can sort of really vet it, discuss it, and have some specific recommendations to come back to the body as a whole.
Okay, it's coming to community development. What time frame do you need to come back here? It's going to be. Oh, it's 10 days. Yeah, but I can always have a meeting because I'm the chairman, so I can call a meeting if I have to kind of expedite this. I don't want to see the project killed. I'm just not satisfied with what's all is there. That's my only objective to it. Because I told him in the beginning, I love the complex. I always said that, the municipal part of it, the building. I love it. I just had my problem with some other things. And if I'm not comfortable with something, I'm not going to go forward with it. And that's the way I am. But if we can come to the community development, we can iron this out and bring this back and get it, squared away because West Ashley needed so they can be comfortable to themselves that we are doing something here that they would like to see in that area, which is the entrance to the West Ashley area.
Councilmember Bell.
I'm just gonna, see, we're falling into a situation right now where we're shifting the vision and the concept of what we're trying to do here. A park, a fountain, and a civic center is not gonna revitalize West Ashley. That's not the shot in the arm that West Ashley needs. That's not going to excite the public. That's not going to change the perception of West Ashley from West Trashley to West Ashley, okay? West Ashley is not a few beautification projects away from success. I think the problem runs much deeper. All you got to do is drive down Sam Rittenberg. It ain't pretty for the #1 city in the world, okay? According to some publications. So we're slipping into, it's just West Ashley. There's no park and fountain and civic center that can ever be world-class because it's not going to accomplish the goal of stimulating the TIF, changing the perception of West Ashley. You want to talk about Faison? Faison came up with the plan for investing hundreds of millions of dollars into the site because of the planning for Sumar. I've heard that from the horse's mouth, okay, in my meetings with Chris. All right, so we're now getting to a point where if I'm Faison and I'm talking to my partners in Charlotte and I'm hearing and I'm watching this meeting right now on YouTube, I'm questioning whether I do anything on Ashley Landing, to be frank. So I think we're starting to get away. We're starting to take the path of least resistance, and it's not the shot in the arm that West Ashley needs. The only way to develop this property in a way that the public is going to get what they want is by us leaning in a bold and aggressive way. And that's option 1. And we've sent a clear signal of where council feels about that philosophical approach. And, I think we ought to vote for option 2. I think option 2 is the lesser, is not the ideal. I think we're pinching pennies, frankly. Let's vote for option 2. I'm against deferring. I'm against sending this back to committee to talk about parks and stuff.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just ask that if it does go back to committee, I would really appreciate, y'all West Ashley folks that aren't on the committee, be there. I mean, sending it back to community development is fine. In my eyes, being at the West Ashley Revitalization Committee, obviously taking it back there and having y'all's input, that's more important to me. But if it goes back to community development, please, West Ashley folks, be there so that we know, how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, my motion still stands. I just don't agree with some of what I just heard, and I don't want to get into another discussion, but my motion still stands that we send it to, back to community development. And of course, consider, much of what Councilmember Shade put on the table. That is the civic, the Greens, right. The office thing. He does that.
It's a matter of respecting. And look at me, in option number 2. Okay, you got the parking deck. It's only 22 feet tall. So, I mean, we can beautify the facade. If this addresses the concern about money, it's less money. It's more if that's your main concern. But what's important is this, other than the city office space, which would mostly go away, we'd still have a place for Eric to hang down. We'd still have a civic space here. We'd still have the green space in the midst where families could come together and enjoy like they do up at the place on Upper Meeting Street. I go there all the time and folks are having a nice meal and their kids are running around in the green space. They love going to that place. What is it, Box and Crate, right? So you got that effect here. Actually, option 2, y'all, gives us a little better utilization of the site. Councilmember Gregory, you wanted a splash pad. This gives you one inferior to the the plaza area and a little retail spaces in H and I that actually mask the parking deck from the interior of the property. This plan actually accomplishes all the uses that our citizens asked for, with the exception they didn't want to see a parking deck, and this one has one. It's less expensive. We can make it beautiful. Let's do something tonight, folks. Let's vote for option number 2 rather than a deferral. All you're gonna do with the deferral, you're gonna kick the can down the road again. We've been hearing comments about how long this has taken. You're just gonna further delay any development of this site by deferring this and sending it back to another committee. That's my opinion. Any other, Councilmember Bowden?
So if we send it to committee, we terminating the MOU? So it's $600,000 for the privilege of more committee work. It sounds like just about the most government idea I've ever heard of in my life. Wise stewards of taxpayer resources. I mean, go make that argument to somebody and have them not laugh at you. Good luck.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be, I mean, transparent, I've been very vocal from the beginning where I stand on this project. So I feel fine saying this. Fine, I'm fine with not deferring it and letting it, I don't want to kill a project. I want to see millions and millions go into West Ashley. This isn't the project I think that is best suited for that. So if we take the motion to defer off the floor and the project dies, is that where, is that what we want?
Doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, then do we want that to happen tonight? Then do you want to take the motion off the floor?
No.
Well, wait, let's have one conversation, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Parker, are you finished up?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yeah,
We'll
I mean,
call the-
I'm really embarrassed at what I'm hearing about it going to community development, that it's a waste of time, that it's gonna be dead. That's very rude. That's rude. You didn't hurt mine. You're hurting the city's feelings. Okay.
Order.
Okay.
Councilmember Shealy?
No, Mayor, my motion still stands.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Shealy.
I don't want to kill it.
Oh, you had your microphone on.
Oh,
Councilmember Mitchell, and then I'd like
Mr.
to call
Mayor,
the question.
I told everyone from the beginning, and I think Councilman Peter Shade know this, I was not going to support it. If this go back to community development, if it goes there, I'm on the prevailing side so far as I can probably come back and change my vote to say, let's do option 1, if that's what I see what's going on. See, I don't know what you all doing here today. Some of you all sitting around here, you're talking out your head and talking all this thing about other things. We got to stop it. Maybe I've been sitting in this chair too long and my time is winding up, but we got to stop it. We are playing too many games here and it's getting on my nerve. You see, all of you all to me can be my kids. And that's the way I'm looking at you all right now, talking these things and we know everything. You don't know everything. I've been sitting there all these years. I don't know everything. But I'm saying to you all, if the council agreed to send it to the community development, so be it. You take those things. We get beat up all the time. We don't win everything. Nobody wins it all. But if this is going to happen, we can expedite this and come back and say, okay, let's do this and get it going. But if we keep spinning our wheels, this one, I'm going to talk about this one, that one, when are we going to stop this foolishness? Because I made my point in the beginning. I have not changed my position. But I don't know what's still going on here. Everybody think they know it all. We got council members here think they come from, I don't know, must be dropped from the sky and they know everything. You do not know it because I don't know it all. I don't know half of what I should know sometimes, but I know a lot. So we got to stop it. Stop playing again. Respect one another. Let's have respect in here. We are losing respect for one another. We need to have respect. And I got a problem when somebody would disrespect me. I told people in the beginning when I got on this council, you don't have to like me. I don't have to like you because the people didn't elect me to come here to be liked. They elected me to serve. Now, when you disrespect me, you got a problem. I got a problem with you disrespect me, and you will see they end up sitting on the other side of me when you disrespect me. So that's all I'm saying. Let's respect one another and let's move on. That's all I'm saying. Let's respect one another and move on.
Councilmember Shade.
Thank you, Mr.
Item
Mayor.
been heard.
When we go back to the project program on the slide that was shown to us, only 3% of the folks voted for parking, agreed with a parking garage. My understanding with that above ground parking garage is that it's not going to save any money. If it does, it's nominal. That is, whatever money that we save on that. Let's take out Councilmember Gregory's motion to defer it to send it to committee. I'll support that motion.
All right, let's call the question. Councilmember Waring.
I'll be short, Mr. Mayor. I want to support Councilman Shayeed's idea along with Councilman Gregory, and I'll tell you why. Early on, if we go back to the very beginning, Councilman Shade said a green space with some out parcels potentially with a civic space. And then it grew to offices, then it grew to underground garages, which we just eliminated. But respectfully, Councilmember Appel, I know sometimes we all get emotional. I just did 40 minutes ago. But the greatest example that illustrates how you are incorrect about public investment is the waterfront park. Let me tell you, you had a bunch of raggy buildings down there when the city invested. As a matter of fact, it was controversial because there was a private developer that wanted to develop that waterfront. You'd have to go through gates and stuff to look at the water. And again, Mayor Rowley and his team stepped in, and we have a wonderful public space. It was ugly down there. Those pylons, the little warehouse that caught a fire, we got pictures of it, and the burned cinders were sticking up out of the marsh. It was the public investment in a waterfront park. That's why I'm for the $70 million park referendum. And the TIF that created the revitalization at one of the finest restaurant office districts in the nation. So it was the public investment that came first in green space. And the idea that Councilman Shayeed supported actually 2 years ago, coming back, slimmed down, certainly makes sense. I do think we should discuss with the county, making it easier for pedestrians to cross the street, to be able to come and enjoy, going to whatever happens on Faison's property, our property, be able to get lunch at T-Bones. But right now, you simply have to jump in your car to cross the street because it's unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do want to share with you that after the county voted no action on the suicide merge, they did proceed to plan, and it's a project. They hadn't started yet to do pedestrian and bikeway improvements all around the triangular area of Sumar and Ashley Landing, all the way from Charlestown Landing down to Orange Grove Road, a new light on the Sam Rittenberg side. So in fact, Councilmember Waring, those plans have already been made, and they've reported it at the WARC and to this council as well. That project is pending. I think the county's looking for funding and deciding how they're going to phase it. But that's already been done. That's already
Mr.
been.
Mayor, if we partner with them, they can do more. They already said that. But they can do more than just that limited area that you're talking about. Thank you.
I'd love for them to. All right, we have a motion on the floor to defer. Please take a roll call. That's the motion that's on the floor.
Councilmember Gregg,
Aye.
Councilmember Shealy,
Aye.
Councilmember Sacred,
Begrudgingly, aye.
Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Brady. Councilmember Gregory. Councilmember Waring. Councilmember Shade. Councilmember Bowden.
Nay.
Councilmember Appel.
Nay.
Councilmember Parker. And Mayor Tecklenburg.
No.
The motion to defer has passed. So I don't think we'll call for a motion to approve option 3 at this point. Next up is our council committee reports. First is the Committee on Public Safety. Councilmember Shade. Order, please. Councilmember Shade, please proceed.
Yeah, give me 1 second, please. Let me just regroup on. I'm getting there, Mr. Mayor. The Committee on Public Safety met on June 12th at 2:00. Several items on our agenda included first, the amendments to the Citizen Public Advisory Council guidelines. I think Steve Rumlin is here if we need to fill in any blanks, but mainly the amendments to this CPAC was to help provide for a more efficient way for the committee to meet, to get its business done. Two of the objections that we took up were this third-party intermediary and whether or not to include that each representative would come from a specific district. Those were the two main objections to the proposal, but the proposal as amended was approved and recommended that we adopt those amendments. And Steve, is anything else am I missing on that part that you can summarize?
I believe that's correct. I think it was actually Councilmember Seekings that had issue with the representative living actually in the council member's district as opposed to just being a resident of the city or a business owner. CPAC is actually the one that came up with that recommendation, that the person live in the council member's district. And then we took out the facilitator language because that was very specifically written after the illumination project. And we had Reverend Middleton was our facilitator for a year before he moved on. But that was a third-party neutral person, and it had a lot of language in there that came out of the illumination project. At this point, we don't have a third-party person that can fill that role, and that has that training in the illumination project. We've been facilitating with the chair of the committee and then our director of procedural justice.
So I would recommend that we approve those amendments as it was vetted through the Public Safety Committee.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, the ayes have it.
The second item that we had was an update on the InterCheck pilot program. This was the program to check fake IDs that's being used on King Street. That they have agreed to continue the program. It's highly successful on weeding out underage patrons at bars and nightclubs. And I think we're going to continue that. It's extended until July 5th with this pilot program. And we'll get another update at our July meeting. No action was taken on that, none was needed. The next item on our agenda that we took out was a report from the municipal court. And we had all of our judges appear to provide an update as to their numbers and the issues that they were dealing with on the number of cases. I'm not going to bore you with a whole lot of facts and figures, except it's really important to understand that the 9,062 cases were filed between June 1st, 2021 and May 31st, 2022. Of those cases filed, only 352 are pending. That is a tremendous movement of cases. And I can go, you should receive a copy of the report, but we have removed all of our cases in municipal court, including livability, DUI, traffic, and criminal cases. Very few cases are remaining that are old. By that, I mean 3 or 4 years old. The method that we put into place with the pretrial conferences and the dedicated judges we have with Judge Byrd and Judge Ferguson, particularly for DUI, is working. We did discuss the idea of a night court, and I've asked Judge Perdina to look and explore the feasibility to help move some other cases along as well. So overall, where we started this whole project as to the status of old cases, sort of floundering, particularly DUI cases, has been addressed. We are moving this very efficiently. And then we had an update. We've asked the mayor to discuss with us the process of finding a successor to our dear judge, dear Chief Reynolds, and he announced, maybe you want to follow up on that part of the discussion. The succession to the process we're going to employ for Chief Reynolds.
I'll simply report, as I did at the committee meeting, that we are following a similar, almost identical path to what we did 5 years ago when we successfully found Chief Reynolds, and utilizing the services of the PERF Police Executive Research Forum. Y'all may remember Chuck Wexler, who heads that up. We're formulating revised posting, I guess you would say, that will be advertised nationally. I have asked that it be clear that there will be consideration given to those who have local knowledge of our region and our department, to give full consideration to those very capable deputy chiefs or other personnel in our department today who may want to apply for the position. And after the posting is run for 30 days and PERF will help us review all the applications that come in and narrow it down to recommendations for us to consider, at which point we will engage the public in a very similar fashion we did 5 years ago. We had a group of committees. We allowed council members who served on our public safety committee to participate along with community members, and we look to find the next best chief for the Charleston Police Department.
And that would conclude the report from public safety.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments on public safety? Yes, sir. Councilmember Bowden.
Just one quick suggestion. I mentioned it to Rick the other day. But actually he was, it made me think about it when he was here. David Osborne, one of the guys who spoke, is he's an assistant solicitor up in Dorchester now. I worked with him for a while in Charleston. But I really think that somebody from the solicitor's office should be on a hiring committee. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to make arrests if we don't ultimately get convictions. So I
Good suggestion. Thank you. We can do that. Absolutely. All right, next up is our Committee on Public Works, Councilmember Waring.
Mr. Mayor, all the items on the agenda, as we've seen them in printed, passed unanimously, and I move the adoption of the report.
Any discussion or comments? Councilmember Rappel.
Just real quick, we got $2 million for the Windermere Basin project and $2 million for the DuPont Wapu project included in the legislature's budget that survived veto this afternoon. So I've been holding that one a little close to the chest, but that's $4 million of stormwater infrastructure funding coming to West Ashley. Wouldn't have been possible without our stormwater department having fully vetted and analyzed these projects so that that earmark request could make it through the tough process up in Columbia and survive the governor's veto pen. He vetoed several earmarks that didn't have sufficient backing. So that's now $4 million of state funding for these very important drainage projects in West Ashley, freeing up drainage funding for some other projects. So let's all cheer that. That's great.
Yeah.
That's
here.
Oh, and how can I say?
If I may, I've already thanked him personally, but
Great.
can I be the first to publicly thank
Absolutely.
Representative Leon Stabenakis for helping make that
And I'll
possible?
second that motion. And Leon was certainly the one carrying the torch on this, but it wouldn't have been possible without our bipartisan Charleston County delegation pushing it all the way through. So
That's right.
great teamwork, and West Ashley's getting a little something.
There you go.
Thank you for your hard work on that. Great work.
Yep.
That's the extent of the report.
All right, next up, our Committee on Recreation, Councilmember Shealy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recreation Committee met on Thursday, June 14th, I think it was, at 4:30 PM. We had 4 items on the agenda. We had three authorizations. There's an authorization for the mayor to sign a memorandum of agreement with the city of Charleston and Friends of the Muni regarding future renovation projects. As most of you know, we're already working with them on the restrooms right now, but there's other projects in the future that we needed that MOU for. There's an authorization for the mayor to execute a joint use agreement with West Ashley historians regarding the Hillsborough Cemetery. Jason Kronsberg was telling us that the joint use agreement will allow them to do some clearing at the back part of the old Albemarle School back there, back off that playground area, the old Albemarle School property, and they'll use some ground penetrating equipment or radar to look down and see if that's an actual location of a cemetery. So we also had authorization for the mayor to execute an after-the-fact approval letter agreement between the city of Charleston, Charleston County School District to allow Burke High School to utilize the locker rooms at Stony Field as weight rooms while Burke's weight rooms are being renovated. That was also, of course, brought through Councilman Appel's committee there. So I would like to move that we approve those three authorizations before we go.
Any discussion? Councilmember Waring? All right. Anyone else? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
And of course, as you know, we have the ordinance ordering a referendum on the question of whether the city of Charleston shall be authorized to issue general obligation bonds of the city of Charleston in an amount not to exceed 70 million to defray the cost of parks and recreation capital improvement projects in the city of Charleston as set forth in the Charleston Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Of course, we have Ms. Copeland and Jason Kronsberg, and we have former Mayor Pagine Hanrahan if we have questions.
So first of all, and I'll call on you in just a second. I just want to thank Mayor Pagine Hanrahan for her endurance and patience. She's been sitting over here all night waiting for this item to come before us. So thank you very much for being with us. Councilmember Brady.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And maybe Ms. Wharton would be able to answer this, but what does $70 million in a parks bond equate to for the average person to pay on their bill?
It's we'd need to do a 3 mil increase. So could do the calculations for you on how much that would mean in a tax bill and send it to you later if you'd like, but I can't do that in my head right now. I'm sorry. But yeah, so for 70 million, it would be 3 mils, 1.7 is our millage rate. Basically 1 mil equals $1.7 million. We will get new assessment numbers in August, September, so it could go up a little bit, which would reduce that a little, but that's basically an amortization, 70 million over 20 years at 4% interest. Okay.
All right. Any more questions? Councilmember Parker.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think we discussed maybe $50 to $70 a year. Yeah. Just
That's right.
don't,
You know what?
it's not perfect math,
I
but
think-
approximate.
Mayor had helped figure some of those dollar amounts for a typical household in Charleston.
Thank you, Mayor Tecklenburg. And just to follow up, it is about 3 mils, and I believe that equates to about $24 per 200,000. So the average household is assessed at about 530,000, and so it equates to about $64 per year for the typical household. Now, that's actually a worst case scenario because it assumes no annexation, and it assumes no tax base. It assumes a level. It also assumes, and this is perhaps one of the most conservative assumptions, it assumes that the city would issue all 70 million at once, which is not typically done because of course you do the projects over time, and as your tax base grows and as you pay down other debt, you may not need to go to that maximum amount, if that makes sense. And this is again, just on assessed property. If anyone is below a threshold or in a rental property, they wouldn't
That's right.
bear that.
Absolutely. Do you want to add to that, Amy?
capacity, right? So that's one thing we would need to consider if we would want to do all $70 million at one time, if we have enough projects to actually get that started. So if we did 45, it would be about 2 mils.
Right.
That's basically.
Councilmember Waring.
A couple of questions, Ms. Watt. I didn't get to ask you this question. I understand there's some difficulties if we were to just put this on the agenda and vote up or down approval of doing this versus going out on a referendum. If we were to do that, what are the bear traps if we were just, I guess from a fiscal standpoint, I'm not talking about an actual vote around the table.
There's not necessarily a fiscal impact to that. If we're doing the, whatever millage increase in order to pay for the debt, it doesn't matter necessarily if we go for referendum. Referendum would protect our debt capacity basically, but we'd still be able to afford to pay the debt, right? So.
And the reason I'm saying that, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, is obviously you could feel. We all know we need this money. I mean, we all know we need this money. We've spent money on more than this on drainage bonds, on drainage projects, as a matter of fact. So if it were me, I'd put this on the agenda and I'm gonna vote for it. I'm gonna vote for it either way, but I would like to see it happen. I don't like the idea of taking a risk that it does not happen. So
Can I just say one other
Sure.
thing? So we have a municipal operations center that we need to build as well. So in terms of debt capacity, so that's $100 million project, right? And it'll be a mix of different funding sources, GO, IPRB, things like that. But in terms of debt capacity, right now we're at like 116 million, right? So just keep that in mind with a $70 million bond and then what we would need for the municipal operations center.
but does it, you've been able to maintain your hair color. If we were to vote this approval, will it give you gray hair versus going out on a referendum?
I'm just saying to keep that in mind, a referendum would protect our bond capacity. If we were to
Okay.
do, especially if we were to do a $70 million all up front, when we have the municipal operations center, we have to think about as well. Because that's a lot of bonding that we'll have to do.
Okay.
And to see what I mean.
I guess referendum it is, but if it were me, I'd vote it. Second question, earlier I brought this up, but in thinking about the green space, West Ashley, that's gonna be developed, is there any way we can work monies in this bond referendum that would go towards? I don't believe that was part of the discussion in a large degree in formulating the 70 million, but there certainly should be some money in this referendum or in the 70 million or for 72 million or whatever, the 73 million that would go directly towards beautifying the gateway coming into West Ashley.
So I mean, it's whatever the projects are that we pick, and I think there's some wiggle room for additional funding for other projects that we do. So there would, be some.
My point is, if we were to, in other words, we vote approval on this tonight. Between now and the next meeting, can we work that little nuance out as opposed to leaving it to happenstance, having a known amount that's identified for this West Ashley Gateway?
It would just be reallocating some of the funding to that project, really.
We've got projects in here
Mhm.
already identified.
Right,
I just want that to be one.
right. That's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
yeah, that's what I was trying to say. There's a catch-all in there for additional project, but if you wanted to name that specifically, that would be up to you all.
So we can do that between now and the next meeting,
Mhm.
the next vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councilman Waring. So just send it to Mr. Kronsberg as he asked for those multiple things in your district or things like that, and it can be added as long as it's listed in this bond for the vote in November, then it can be included.
Councilmember Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so I understand correctly, if they're listed in this bond referendum, if the projects are listed in this bond referendum, that means we're required to do them? Is that the, or is there an obligation or why do we? My understanding was there was some obligation on our part to actually.
It would be our goal.
But I'm getting a lot of head shaking, so I just want to understand.
Ask the county about 526.
Yeah. It would be our goal and, but specific commitments have got to be, based upon, real cost estimates when projects get fully vetted and designed and engineered. You know, you can build a $15 million pool, or you can build a $70 million aquatic center. So, you know, it's got to leave us the flexibility, which it does, because it states that we can proceed with any project identified in the master plan. Of course, council has to agree on any specific project that goes forward. So, but no, it wouldn't make an ironclad agreement that we do everything. That's the way I understand it. Is that right? Your understanding?
Yeah,
Dean?
Mayor Tecklenburg, I think the main thing to understand about a bond referendum is it authorizes you to bond up to that amount for these projects. As I think Julia just shared, there is some general language about implementing projects that are listed in the master plan. You can, of course, use other funding sources and are encouraged to. The one thing, if I were to ask for anything other than the firm motion just to adopt the ordinance as is that there was, I met with each and every one of you. Some of you were extremely generous with your time looking at Councilman Waring. Where there was a little bit more detail added into the project description that we got into the questions that we asked, they did better. And I want to point out Bear Swamp Park, for example, there was a little bit more detail about where it was and what was included. And so if there was one thing in between now and second reading, I would encourage y'all to look at the language in your own districts and see if you can get with your staff a tiny bit more detail as to what would be included, and you can ground truth that. The other thing that we spoke with your staff about is making reference to the fact you have an existing citizens oversight committee for your recreation department. You do public disclosure and making sure that people understand what the projects are. Really calling that out in the ordinance, I think would be helpful, and we will communicate that with private. There'll be a private citizens group that will, you know, communicate that with folks, go to any neighborhood association or a community gathering.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell, then Parker.
I just want to make sure, I know that on the list, when I mentioned to you and Jason also came to me, but pertaining to Martin Park. And I know it's not on the list because they said we already approved it, but I would like to have something in writing something that you're going to relate to the neighborhood association in the area. Because in this peninsula, so to speak, and even in the area in the African-American community, if you look at all the parks in this city is obsolete. All the buildings is obsolete in the city of Charleston. I'm telling you all of them. And so we mentioned in the beginning, about a year ago, Martin Park. And Martin Park, I know it's obsolete, but we are building so many housing around by Martin Park. We got the James Lewis Complex coming. We got the Senior Citizen Complex by Humanities Foundation. And then we got some other properties that we want to eventually put housing on. And we got a park there that's obsolete. So I just wanted to have that shown so that people will be able to see that. I don't want to just tell them by word of mouth and they have nothing to be shown that this is there on that we are still pushing forward on that. So that's what I was talking to Jason about that on Martin Park.
So if I may interject, that's a good example of projects that we already have in the works and have separate funding for. Martin Park is an improvement we already have on the list, so to speak, and it's to be funded with tax increment finance dollars once again, this time from the Cooper River TIF district. Isn't that correct, Amy?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So this year, for example, y'all, we're spending over $7 million on city parks. So we're not looking for the bond like to completely replace other funding sources that we pulled together for park improvements. We just approved to move forward with the repaving of the West Ashley Bikeway, for example, and we have a budget there for $1.8 million. So we're going to continue to draw upon funds wherever we can to make improvements. And frankly, that was the reason why Martin Park wasn't on the list, but that was just one example. And Councilman, we'd be happy to write up something that,
Right.
that shows our commitment and where the funding is coming from for that particular one.
Yeah, I just
If it-
want to go back to the community and tell them that and they don't see anything happening.
Yeah.
And they come to me and they say, look at the city of Charleston, look all our parks, especially in the African American community, all those parks from Hampton Park to Harmon Field, which they tore that one down, it's all obsolete. I knew it ever since I've been here growing up, and they're obsolete. They don't have kitchen in it, they don't have none of these things in it, so if you got all these, housing being, want to be built rather wrong, you need to have something that the senior citizen can go to.
Right.
They play your bingo or whatever the case to get out their homes. You have, the James Lewis complex gonna be, you have young people coming, they're having a park that they can be, they go to and feel comfortable in. Because all these parks in the city, in these particular area is obsolete. Mall Park, I'm not even talking about Mall Park, it's a little small building. And I'm not talking about Gadsden Green, because they tore that one down. So what I'm saying is not that many in these particular areas, so, but I want to let the people see that we are doing something here too, and they're getting something out of the city. That's what I'm saying, 'cause they asking me every day and say, we're not doing anything, so they're jumping on me about that. So I said, well, no, I'm gonna make sure that something is written in writing. So when I'm not here, you're still gonna be going on.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to really be clear on this tonight because great question, Councilwoman Gregg. I mean, I was pretty certain when we, when I started talking about this last year, I mean, this is exactly what I knew would happen. It's July. We're down to the wire. We have 2 more readings on this and here we are. So I know it's late, but I want to be real clear here because that's the issue. Is we don't just want another pot of money that this administration can just use for whatever it deems, whatever we are, whatever they desire. This is for the voters in November to decide to say yes or no to where this money goes. And I thought that that was the whole idea of this bond referendum and specifying what the district needs were. So are we going to spell that out in the ordinance? Is it going to be in the question in November? And when that money does get it, hey, if it does pass in November and that money is put into a pot, can it only be used for those specific items that were spelled out? That is what we wanted, that was the hope in giving the voters that confidence. So who can clarify that for us this evening? Because I think that's really important. And, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Shealy, I think if we need to have another recreation committee meeting before July's second reading for this ordinance.
Okay.
Maybe we should. If we really need to iron that out and clarify it, I think that might be a good idea.
Right, and it does list certain, projects in here individually, McMahon Playground, WL Stevens Aquatic, Bear Swamp, Johns Island Recreation Center, James Island Recreation Complex. So I mean, it does have those items listed out in the ordinance.
But again, I apologize, just to clarify, putting you on the spot again, Councilmember Appel. Well, I don't want you to just explain it to me. I mean, I want it to be understood for everyone that if the money, if and when this passes in November, does that decide? Okay.
Spending on city council. This is just authorizing the pot of money.
So we're going to have a pot of money and ultimately this body will decide where that money goes.
We have our legal
Okay.
counsel, I think, who's
So
wants to address this with.
So we've had 2 different questions. So maybe I'll start with your question here. So, you don't know what the project's going to come in from a cost perspective, right? So a lot of work has gone into that on the front end. So you put together a plan that you feel as the city, you can do with $70 million, right? So, but you don't know until you get into some of these projects. I mean, things happen. So you're not committing to doing all these projects, but you have the intention today to do all these projects. So that's question 1. The question 2 is you can only spend the money on what's in here. So there are a lot of specifics listed to your point, and then there is language at the end that says other projects identified in the master plan. So the major projects are listed, and there's also improvements to existing playing fields, walking, biking trails, tennis, pickleball, and basketball courts. So it's mainly very specific projects, and those are the signature projects, if you will, WL Stevens or, Bear Swamp. But there is language at the end that would capture other projects not specifically listed if city council approved those projects. So you can't go beyond what's in here, but there is some broader language at
But
the
that,
end.
right, but that last one pretty much gives broad authority to do
Right, so
anything
it's
in
part
that
of the master plan.
with
That's right.
7 votes. Okay, understood.
I'd like to move for approval of this coming out of committee.
I have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
I'd like-
opposed? No.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve first reading. I believe I'm in order for that. On this ordinance.
Okay. I thought we just voted on it. I apologize. Your first motion was just a minute ago was
Yeah,
for what?
well, the first one was to come out of committee that was approved, but now I want to make a motion to approve first reading
Okay,
for this ordinance for the referendum.
gotcha. We got a motion and a second on the floor for the first ordinance. Any further discussion or comments, questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is our Committee on Traffic and Transportation, Councilmember Brady.
Yep, I'll be brief and actually this time. The Committee on Traffic and Transportation, and I'm speaking in lieu of Chairman Seekings not being here tonight. The meeting was held Tuesday, June 13th at 3:30 PM. We passed the approval of Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. It requires 25% or 20% city match. 125,000. That was approved during Ways and Means as part of Ways and Means. Item B, we had an approval of resolution affirming supportive improvements to Maybank Highway to relieve traffic congestion, which is like the 6,932 emails that I've been getting is about the city stoplight that we put on there. And so we had some good discussion around the resolution. We did decide to amend it and specifically say that the city would support adding an additional lane to Maybank Highway going off of Johns Island because it's a significant choke point, especially during times of heavy congestion, which isn't always during school either. They are the kind of, Maybank Highway is the way to get down to Kiowa and Seabrook and some of the vacation destinations. So that's why that's needed. So that passed unanimously. The approval of the resolution for the Municipal State Highway Project Agreement, SCDOT Corridor Safety Improvement Project was deferred. And then we approved the two limousine licenses. And those were passed unanimously as well. And I would move for those adoptions.
All right, any discussion or questions? Councilmember Saccharine.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. I know it's
No
11
problem.
11 o'clock. 5. Obviously, you all know I've been concerned about some of the upper peninsula safety, traffic and safety issues. And I saw that the item was deferred, and it's my understanding that some changes are being made. I guess I would say behind the scenes on some of this. And I have some concerns just regarding the transparency of this. So just to remind that this project is being funded by federal highway safety funds, and I'm wondering if before we approve this and comes back, something that we're going to be approving with SC or DOT, I guess I would like to see some of the design plans. My understanding that there are changes being made and without public participation, public input. So, and I know Councilmember Seekings is not here, and I know it was deferred.
I think he wanted to be present.
Okay.
For that discussion. And he knew it was going to be out of town. He respectfully asked, we deferred it. I think the only point in question that has a modification was the area King Street below Calhoun to Broad.
Okay.
All the rest of it stayed the same. And there was some meetings between the College of Charleston and the South Carolina DOT and the city that has resulted in a modification that would be brought to the committee and to council.
So we'll come to committee at some point.
Sir?
The modifications.
Yeah.
the Modifications will come to committee at some point.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other question, comment? All in favor of the report, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, our Committee on Ways and Means, Councilmember Gregory. Was anything amended in there? Okay. I don't think there was either. I'm just asking, losing track. That'll be next. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next up is our bills for second reading. We have 16 items. Everybody good to take them all together? Any questions, comments on any of 1 through 16? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, the ayes have it. Now for third reading and ratification. We have a motion and a second on all 16. Any questions whatsoever? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the ayes have it. Our next regular meeting will be Tuesday, July 18th, but we do have a request to go in executive session to receive legal advice on consideration of proposed settlement of Harmony West Ashley.
Mr. Mayor,
We have a motion to go into executive session. And a second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, the ayes have it. I think we'll just hang right here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's three things. There's a Thursday worship service. Friday. Supposedly, everybody is registered. As of tonight, they said, but you have to go to the visitor center. Supposedly, you're all registered for the opening ceremony at the museum on Saturday, but you have to go to the visitor center to get your credentials. You were all registered for the opening ceremony of the IAF at the museum Saturday. I think you've got to get to it at 7 a.m. or 7. Yeah. But you have to go to the visitor center before you to pick up your credentials. So, if you want to go. I got it. Something on Friday. Yeah.
So moved.
Second. Aye.
No action taken while we were in executive session. Councilmember Shealy.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the settlement of Harmony West Ashley.
Second.
Do you have any questions about that? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Is there any further business come before us tonight?